Okay, Israel. Slovakia. Running a little late. Sorry, I just want to make sure our title is looking okay online. The brother told me that it was there was a misspell there. Give me 1 second, y'all. My apologies. Okay, that's fine. It's a little different, but 1 second, y'all. Okay. Hope everybody's doing well. Shout out Kyle Cobb and his congregation. Shout out SOW family. Kazaki in Virginia. Houston, Quatazop, and Zion, Rochester, New York. Hope everybody's doing well out there. We're about to get going right now. Send our prayers up for Shabbat class. Once again, Slovakia for being a little tardy, like 15 minutes late or so. But we're ready to go now. So, Rakta Yahweh Hashem Yahushai.
Rakta Yahweh Hashem Yahushai.
Ahawa'ah. Nothing to know. Award. Zayawam. The water.
Aman. Bless you, Yahweh, in the name of Yahushai that gives to us light this day. Thank you, so be it.
Okay. Rakta Yahweh Hashem Yahushai.
Rakta Yahweh Hashem Yahushai.
Ahawa'ah. Nothing to know. Rayach. Nayachachah. The water.
Aman. Bless you, Yahweh, in the name of Yahushai that gives to us sweet savor. Thank you, so be it.
Okay. Amajim Wapanya Yerushalayim.
Stand and face Jerusalem.
Rakta Yahweh Hashem Yahushai.
Rakta Yahweh Hashem Yahushai.
Ahawa'ah. Nothing to know. Hashabbath. Bashalom. The water.
Aman. Bless you, Yahweh, in the name of Yahushai that gives to us the Sabbath in peace. Thank you, so be it.
Psalms 121. Anasha.
Ayanyamya.
Hohoya. Ma'aya. Yabu'ah. Isaiah. Yabu'ah. Ma. Yahweh. Sha'aisha. Shemayim. Wa'arataza. La'a. Yanathan. Lamawat. Regalia. Yala'ah. Nawam. Shashamoya. Ana. Yala'ah. Nawam. Wala'ah. Yashan. Shashawamar. Yasharala. Yahweh. Shemoya. Yahweh. Tazaria. Ayo. Yanyamya. Yad. Hashemash. Yala'ah. Hakaya. Bayawam. Wala'ah. Halabana. Balayala. Yahweh. Yashemoya. Makol. Right. Yashemar. Napasha. Yahweh. Yashemar. Hawalakia. Wabawa'aya. Ma'aitha. Wa'ai.
Aman. Psalms 121 in English. I will lift up mine eyes unto the hills, from whence cometh my help. My help cometh from Yahweh, which made heaven and earth. He would not suffer thy foot to be moved. He that keepeth thee will not slumber. Behold, he that keepeth Yashala shall neither slumber nor sleep. Yahweh is thy keeper. Yahweh is thy shade upon thy right hand. The sun shall not smite thee by day, nor the moon by night. Yahweh shall preserve thee from all evil. He shall preserve thy soul. Yahweh shall preserve thy going out and thy coming in from this time forth and even forevermore. Aman.
Israelite Credo. Shema Yasharala. Yahweh. Elohayna. Yahweh. Achad. Shema Yasharala. Yahweh. Elohayna. Yahweh. Achad. Shema Yasharala. Yahweh. Elohayna. Yahweh. Achad.
Deuteronomy chapter 6 verse 4. Hear, O Israel, the Lord our power is one Lord.
Lord's Prayer. Abanawa, Shabbat Shemayim, Kodash, Hayah, Shemka, Yahweh, Malakwathka, Thaba'ah, Ratazaka, Hayah, Aisha, Baratiza, Kawa, Hayah, Bashemayim, Nathanawa, Lachom, Kol, Yawam, Wasalachano, Chawathino, Kasalachano, Chawathino, Wala'ah, Tabiano, Bonasai one, Abo, Hawashano, Mayan, Right, Kaya, Lakab, Amalakwa, Waha'ala, Wahathapa'ara, La'ayab, Aman.
The Lord's Prayer in English. Matthew chapter 6, verse 9. After this manner, therefore, pray ye, Our Father, which art in heaven, hallowed be thy name. Thy kingdom come. Thy will be done on earth as it is in heaven. Give us this day our daily bread, and forgive us our debts as we forgive our debtors. And lead us not into temptation, but deliver us from evil. For thine is the kingdom and the power and the glory forever. Amen.
10 Commandments. La'ah Yahaya, Lakah, Alahaya, Achaya, Ayo, Hanya.
Thou shalt have no other powers before me.
Number 2. La'ah, Tha'ina, Lakah, Pasal, Wala'ah, Tha'ibada.
Thou shalt not make unto thee any graven image, nor serve them.
Number 3. La'ah, Tha'lachwacha, Shem, Yahweh, Bashawa.
Thou shalt not take the name of the Lord thy power in vain.
Number 4. Zakar, Hayawam, Hashabah, Laquadashwa.
Remember the Sabbath day to keep it holy.
Number 5. Kabad, Abaka, Ya'amaka.
Honor thy father, thy mother.
Number 6. La'ah, Tharataza.
Thou shalt not kill, murder.
Number 7. La'ah, Thana'ah.
Thou shalt not commit adultery.
Number 8. La'ah, Thaganah.
Thou shalt not steal.
Number 9. La'ah, Tha'inah, Shakwar.
Thou shalt not bear false witness against thy neighbor.
Number 10. La'ah, Thachamad, Kol, Asherah, La'raika.
Thou shalt not covet anything which is thy neighbor.
Barakatah Yahweh Ba'Shem Yahushai. Hahawa'ah. Nathanawa. Athawara.
Blessed are you, Yahweh, in the name of Yahweh Shai, that gives to us the law.
Israel Yeshabim.
Everybody seated?
Okay. What's that? Huh?
It's the Holy Noel.
Yeah. Once again, shalom everybody for tuning in. We got a little late start. Salakia. We're gonna keep rolling though. Last week we've been on Ezra for a little bit. We're gonna finish up chapter 3. The end of chapter 3 connects with chapter 4. So we're gonna sit back here and finish this chapter 4 off. And I am highly unsure about finishing chapter 5. There's a lot of information in the beginning part of chapter 5 that is heavy prophecy, and we might skip on that. But we'll see. So just be patient with us as we sort through all the rest of these chapters. Anyway, let's start at 2nd Ezra chapter 3 and verse 27. And we're going to sit back here and still deal with the communication that Ezra is having with the angel. Okay, we've been reading about how the angel has been letting us know that that wicked heart that was in Adam, the Most High never took that wicked stony heart out of our spirit, and consequently, the sinning got us into this perpetual position of slavery and failure. So now, Ezra is going to respond to the angel because he's like, listen, okay, that stony heart wasn't taken away from us, But these nations are even worse than us. So why do they continue to be in power and thrive and have their kingdoms intact while we're sitting back here in this perpetual state of a lack of sovereignty, a lack of power, a lack of influence again in the world? So this is what Ezra is trying to figure out. How long are we as a nation going to suffer and be on the bottom of the totem pole? Now keep this in mind. Ezra was communicating with the angel in the mid to late 500s BC. I'm gonna say the late 500s, late 500s to the late 500s to like the early 4s, like 490, 480. So we got a long way to go from that point in 500 BC all the way till 2024 AD. That's a long way.
That's a lot of time.
This is why Ezra kept saying, am I going to see what happens at the end? He was like, I am not permitted to tell you that information.
Yeah, because in the middle of that question, it's like, how long am I going to be around?
Well, yeah, but then the angel was like, listen, man, it's 1,500 more years before we get to the end of this. So yes, the Jews are going to suffer for a hell of a long time in between. That would have blew his mind. He couldn't have handled it.
Yep.
So the angel couldn't tell Ezra how long this perpetual period of suffering was going to happen. We had just got fresh out of it in 586, or started in 586.
Yep. So
he's like, man, the way Ezra's talking, like, this 30, 40 years is too much. How long is it going to be? You're like, well, you got the Persian Median Empire, you got the Greek Empire, you got the Roman Empire, you got all these empires. They're going to have their turn to be in power while we're on the bottom. But the angel couldn't tell them that. So now, as the angel was explaining to Ezra why the Jews kept sinning and kept falling short, which gives us clarity as to why we're at the bottom in the first place, now we get Ezra's response in verse 27. Correct, let's get you saluted in. No, you say. No. Yes, sir.
Karaya, Shah Shabbatah, Bana Shah, Banya Sha'ala.
Karaya, Shah Shabbatah, Bana Shah, Banya Sha'ala.
I imagine. Right? Yahweh Hashem Yahshabakatah.
Yahweh Hashem Yahshabakatham. Second Ezra chapter 3 and verse 27. And so thou gavest thy city over into the hands of thine enemies.
Okay, so the enemies got. Matter of fact, read verse 26.
Okay. Second Ezra chapter 3 and verse 26. And in all things did even as Adam and all his generations had done, for they also had a wicked heart.
From Adam all the way down to the generations, that wicked heart never left us. We never learned to have a fleshy heart, which is a compassionate, loving heart. So the lens even that we saw the law in was from a lack of compassionate perspective. This is why when Christ came down and later on into the works of Paul, what was Christ really talking to? He was going at that stony heart in our spirit. That coldness, that lack of compassion. So, let's continue.
Verse 27. And so thou gavest thy city over into the hands of thine enemies.
Babylon was given or awarded the city of Jerusalem. They ransacked it, they took the people out, and they left. Read on.
Verse 28. Are there deeds then any better that inhabit Babylon, that they should therefore have the dominion over Zion?
So what he's saying is, now this is Ezra's response. Are the Babylonians' deeds any better than Israel's wickedness? So we're going to sit back here and act like the Babylonians' heart is just so damn pure and so damn honorable to the point where they deserve to be in power and have a shot to rule the world above us? That's the question that Ezra is asking concerning our condition. He's still trying to find out what justifies the nations to be in power when we fell short and lost the power.
And that's the concept, though. It's not about what they did good. It's about what we did bad.
And exactly, and this is once again, this is Ezra coming from the purest intention and love that he's got for the nation. And this is the position that we take as Israelites. Our mind is completely fixated on the atrocities of Esau, the wickedness of the nations. They're operating wicked. We're trying to act righteous. Why do they still stay in power? Why do they create these policies that keep us perpetually broke? Or they put us in situations where we can find success at the cost of compromising our spirit, at the cost of compromising right and wrong. That is always the challenge. And that's the question that's being brought out to us all the time. How long are these heathens that don't care? How is it fair that they can stay on top and we're God-fearing and we're trying to live the right way and we're stuck suffering and struggling? One of the answers to that question is in Jeremiah. Why the Most High is dealing with us so harshly. Matter of fact, before we go into Jeremiah, let's go to Amos 3. I think Amos 3 is the one. It's just hitting me now. Yeah. Read verse 1 and 2. Amos chapter 3. Amos chapter 3. Let me go there first. 1 and 2. What you got, sir? Read it.
Amos chapter 3, verse 1. Hear his word, that the Most High has spoken against you, O children of Israel.
He's talking to the Jews. He's talking to our people. Okay, read that.
Against the whole family, which I brought up from the land of Egypt.
Who was that land? Who was that people that got brought up from the land of Egypt? Who was us? So he's talking to the Israelites that got delivered from Egypt. Read on.
Verse 2. You only have I known of all the families of the earth.
That out of all the families of the earth, we were the one that he had a relationship with. We're the one as a nation that was invested into and given the laws, statutes, and commandments. We were shown love. We were shown special attention. And because of that, read on.
Therefore, I will punish you for all your iniquities.
Listen, the $1 million thing is, listen, we knew better. We knew better. We were given the laws. We were given the statutes and commandments. And what did we do in response? We didn't value it. We didn't value it, so we had to get stung the hardest. This is why the Babylonians were given a chance. This is why the Greeks were given a chance. This is why the Persian Mede Empire was given a chance. And as all these countries were trying to establish their kingdoms, they all started with an honorable king that reverenced the Heavenly Father. Right or wrong. Whether it was Cyrus, King Cyrus of Persian and Mede Empire, whether it was Nebuchadnezzar, the king of Babylon, there was a respect for the Heavenly Father in the beginning of these times. We're going to read about Alexander. He had a respect for the Heavenly Father to a degree. Did that mean these nations didn't follow other gods? Of course they did. Because that was what they were born into. But once again, we knew better. We knew to only follow one power, one God. And we still didn't do it. The nations were raised around adoring all other gods. But they had enough decency to respect the Heavenly Father, or at least the ones who he allowed to stay in power. What am I trying to say? What's the point? The point is that because he knew us, we knew better. And because we knew better, his expectations for us were to be obedient and lock in and serve. And because we didn't lock in and serve, then the punishments had to come down from him. Read verse 2 again.
Time. Amos chapter 3 and verse 2. You only have I known of all the families of the earth. Therefore, I will punish you for all your iniquities.
Okay, so let that verse go. Now we're going to go to Jeremiah chapter 5.
And
What's that? What you
just
got?
want to add something too. The Most High is saying that he's making this punishment exclusive
Yeah.
to Israel because that's the only people that he's ever
Investment
had an intimate relationship with.
Yep.
And just go to, if you can, Psalms 147, 19 and 20 real
See,
quick.
I was looking for that verse.
Yeah.
That's where I was looking for, but you took it right out of my dang brain, bro.
Yeah, because that just is. I figured you was probably gonna go there.
I was trying to go there, but I was looking around. You know what it was? I went to 119, and I was like, "Where in the hell is this verse?" It says, "You only." I was trying to find that verse, and you took it right out. Thank you for going there. Thank you, because I couldn't. I wanted to go there. I really did.
Yeah.
Kind.
That's dope.
Psalms chapter 147 and verse 20.
19.
19. Kind. He showeth his word unto Jacob.
Because the Most High didn't disclose the understanding of his word to the other nations. So the nations could be as wicked as they want to be.
Mm-hmm.
And that's why he doesn't punish them the same way. That's why he just said in Amos, of all the families that I've known, only you have I known of all the families of the earth. Therefore, I will punish you for your sins. He's saying this punishment is exclusive to you because I've only had an exclusive relationship with you and not the other nations. Read on.
Kind. It says, his statutes and his judgments.
It says when it comes to the way the Most High statutes are rules or laws. He said the rules of or laws, I didn't give them to other nations. I've only given them to you. That's why we were given the commandments, not the other nations. He says the statutes and my statutes and my judgments. Read on.
His statutes and his judgments unto Israel.
He said he gave those only to who?
Israel.
The Most High only gave the laws to Israel. He didn't give the other nations laws. So why would he get mad if they don't follow the laws that they didn't receive? He's only going to be mad at the children who's breaking the laws that he gave them and them only. Read on.
Verse 20. He have not dealt so.
Stop. What does the Bible say? Did the Most High God give the laws to the other nations? So why should they be held to that same standard when he never gave it to them? Let them have their idols. Let them have their deities. Babylon in particular had over 600 deities that they worshipped. And they had over 300 temples around Babylon. So they had a God for every day of the week. But they weren't under the commandments. They weren't under the laws. But the children of Israel were. You don't whoop other people's kids. You whoop your kids. You know what I'm saying? Because they know your rules. Yep. Read on. He says, he have not what?
He have not dealt so.
That word dealt means having any dealings with. The Most High don't deal with other nations.
Yeah.
He let them live their life. We may get mad at the fact that we may get jealous. How come they get to get away with these things? And when we do it, we get smashed.
Yep.
You know, the European Caucasian could do as much drugs and cocaine as he wants.
And keep a job.
And keep a job. And they just call it white collar crime.
Yep.
You know, we make a mistake.
We out of there.
We out of there. You get 25 to life.
Same drug though.
Yeah.
Your career is over, bro.
Yeah. But because the Most High got a higher expectation for you as the children of Israel.
Yep. Yep.
But so he says he have not dealt so with what?
With any nation.
So the Most High God has not given his laws and his statutes and his commandments. No, and the judgments are the punishments for not following the commandments.
Mm-hmm.
That's why they don't get punished when they do wickedness.
We're going to read it down the line. He just lets the nations run their course and removes them.
Yep.
He lets the nations run their course and removes them. But for us, he's sitting back here and stinging us incident for incident. Incident for incident. Situation for situation. So we look at it like we're getting slammed for every little thing, which is the case. Because if he didn't sting us for every little thing, he would be treating us like a bastard. And the bastard children are the ones he just let run their course. And if they fall off a cliff, they fall off a cliff. I don't care what happens to them, really.
You had the black lady that was watching this actor on a TV show who tattooed her eyeballs.
Oh my God!
And she tattooed one of her eyeballs blue and one of her eyeballs pink. And then the sister girl saw the Edomite girl do it and said, "I'm gonna tattoo my eyeballs." It didn't work the same.
Monkey see, monkey
No,
Yeah.
man.
Her eyeballs completely shut, and she went partially blind, doing what the nations do.
Yeah, I saw that picture. Yeah, I
You
saw
know,
that.
you gotta
I
go
got
down.
that on
Yeah.
there, man. I got that on there.
Doing what the nations do. That's what
I
happens
think I still got that picture.
when you
man.
duplicate. The Most High don't let us do what the other nations do and get away with it, because He didn't give them the laws. He didn't give them the structure and a standard of living.
This is it.
That's it right there.
Listen,
Yeah.
you got to retell the story, Shamshwan.
Yeah, so this, yeah, y'all look online. This sister girl was copying. Y'all look online, y'all can see this sister girl was copying this Edomite actress, or whoever she is, this novelty personality, whoever she is.
You want to be a rock star?
Yeah,
huh?
you want to be a rock star. So she went and did the same thing that this white girl did, and her eye, she did tattoo one eye blue and one eye pink, and it backfired. Because you know why it backfired? Because the Most High put a law against this. So
We weren't supposed to act like the heathen.
we weren't supposed to do what the nations do. But how come they can get away with it and they don't get the same reaction like this? They don't get the eyeball infection with the loss of sight.
She ain't smiling no more.
She ain't smiling. No.
That smile is gone.
Man, even them tattoos don't look the same.
I know, bro.
But but this when you mirror the sins of the other nations, you get punished for it because the Most High gave you a law.
I know.
You're responsible for that law. They're not responsible for upholding a law they didn't receive, but we are.
That's not fair.
It's not that exactly.
If we get punished for some information we haven't received, we flip out.
Yeah.
Yeah. So this is what happens. This is why he says he have not dealt so with what?
Any nation.
So when the nations do this foolishness, they can get away with it. But when we do this foolishness, the Most High sting us.
Mm-hmm.
Yep.
Because we were given a standard of living that excels the nations, which is the law.
And this is the answer to the question that Ezra was asking the angel. Why is it that these Babylonians can just run and do what they want to do, and we don't get a chance to do these things? How we don't get a chance to get back on top, but these nations get all this power and position, and we're stuck at the bottom of the totem pole if we're the chosen of the Heavenly Father. There's another verse. You finished with that?
Yeah, finish that, Kariah.
God. It says, and as for his judgments,
His judgments are the punishments for not following the laws. Read on.
they have not known them.
The other nations don't get punished the same because they weren't given the rules. They weren't given God's rules.
God.
The people that were given God's rules are responsible for maintaining those rules. That's why the punishment has to be more severe. Let it go.
God. Now let's go to Hebrews 12, verse 5 through 11. Hebrews 12, verse 5 through 11.
Hebrews chapter 12, verse 5 to 11. It says, and ye have forgotten the exhortation which speaketh unto you as unto children. My son, despise not thou the chastening of the Most High, nor faint when thou art rebuked of him.
So once again, listen, this is Paul reminding the Hebrews not to despise the chastening. Because this is what we've been doing. We were despising the chastening of the Lord during the time of the Romans. This is why we kept sitting back here and protesting and protesting and protesting. This isn't new about the Jew complaining about the nations being on top of us. Ezra was talking about it. The Jews were complaining about how Pontius Pilate and the policies of the Romans were breaking us. Paul is like, stop complaining about how the Most High is chastening us.
Can I make this one point?
Okay.
We've harped on this through different movements, different organizations.
Yep.
We've had different extensions, entities, and religions. From the Nation of Islam to the Native American Indian movement, to the Black Panthers, to the SCLC. We've found a myriad of ways and approaches to attack the authority figure or attack the oppression that's on us. But it's very, 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 very rare we ever have someone say this is a curse from God, and this issue, this situation, this position is because we have disobeyed the Father. It's very rare to hear that.
Because most of the time we're pushing politically. We're pushing back politically.
Yes.
Our response to the oppression that is on us is political
Or economic.
Political
Those
or
are the two.
economic.
Yes.
Exactly. And our solution, so if we're going to attack how degraded our people are, dealing with the policies, economic or political, that's still carnal.
Yep.
Those are carnal approaches to the spiritual chastisement the Most High has over us.
For example, Tulsa, Oklahoma, when it came to the city that got exploded, destroyed,
Tulsa, yeah.
Tulsa, Oklahoma, right? A brother got free, got rich, and bought 40 acres, and those 40 acres became that land or that city that Esau destroyed. Why? Everybody said, well, if the Most High loved us, why did he allow this city to get destroyed?
Mm-hmm.
Listen, it's no question that we can be economically viable. There's no question that we can sit here and be successful as business. It's never been said. Even in slavery, we did well when it came to business. Listen, when Reconstruction happened, who were the skilled saddle makers? Who were the skilled artisans? Was it the slave masters? Was it white people? Or was it the slaves that the ones that had the skill to create things? Even that time period, we did well. But the issue still remains with us. Even if we're doing well on an economic level, on a political level, we don't do well on a spiritual level. We tend to forget that our plight is spiritual. And this is why no matter how much energy, effort, thought, money, finance, or dedication we put into our situation, this is why it does not change. Is that clear?
Mm-hmm.
That's like lifting weights and working out every day, but you're still eating poor foods. Your situation physically is not going to get better because the input is wrong. With our nation, it's the same problem. We do everything but submit as a nation.
And once again, how do we submit as a nation? Is first of all understanding that our condition is spiritual correction. Read verse 5 again from Hebrews.
Hebrews chapter 12, verse 5. And ye have forgotten the exhortation which speaketh unto you as unto children. My son, despise not thou the chastening of the Most High, nor faint when thou art rebuked of him.
Listen, slavery was the Most High rebuking us. Being in the conditions that we're in is the Most High rebuking us. Too many times we spin the difficulties in our life. We get bitter. We get angry. We want to blame the nations. We want to sit back here and lash out on the individuals who the Most High is using to stay on top of us versus taking a step back and realizing the Most High has got us in these spots. But once again, whether it's Ezra saying the same thing, Ezra's like, why in the hell? What makes the Babylonians so special that they get to be over us? These guys are wicked as hell. We say the same thing now. What makes Esau justified to be over us? They're wicked as hell. What does Romans 10 say? The Most High sat back here and put these nations over us to do what? Romans 10. Get there. Romans 10 and 19, if I'm not mistaken. We will get back to this verse in Hebrews. We're going there. Somebody else give me Romans 10. I think it's 19. Yep.
Yeah.
Yep.
Yep.
Read that.
This is the answer to the black man's question.
Huh?
This is a major question that a lot of people ask.
And this is why I stopped it last week to start off going into this path. How long we're going to suffer? Is it fair? Is it fair that the Most High gives other nations the power that we were supposed to have? Why is it fair they got this power and we don't have this power?
You look at the
we only had the kingdom for 80 years. But listen, that's it? Just 80 years? You telling me the Romans were honorable in their kingdom? You know how cutthroat the Romans were?
Horrible.
These guys were horrible. You only had 2 honorable leaders. Everything else was just a free-for-all. You think after Alexander, the funny thing is, Scripture says after Alexander is when evils were multiplied here.
Yep. When
the 4 kings were split up, and when the 4 generals got their power, he says that's when evils kicked in. So that was right after. Listen, what's his name? Alexander had a 12-year run. That was it.
Sure.
After that, the Greeks had a run for almost 200 years, from 333 to the end of the 100s. So what is that saying? Why do they have longer runs than us? But all we had was what? We had David and Solomon, man. And it wasn't even a full 80 years of righteousness. It was like 60 years of doing good at it. And that was it. Point is, this is the question that Ezra is asking, that we're asking, that everybody asks. Read Acts chapter 10 and Romans 10 and 19.
Romans chapter 10 and verse 19. But I say, did not Israel know? First Moses saith, I will provoke you to jealousy by them that are no people, and by a foolish nation I will anger you.
Look, he angers us by a foolish nation being in power, and we have no part of that power.
It's meant to be.
It's meant to be frustrating. And it's crazy, like the more you notice, the more you try to serve the Most High and be more honorable, the more disconnected you are from this world, the harder life really is. Now, the Most High is no doubt merciful and loving and patient. But the more you separate yourself from this wicked world, it's almost like the conditions around this world are constantly attacking you. Then the question is, what's the purpose of doing righteousness if I'm catching all this hell?
Yep.
It's easier to sit back here and just operate and give into the world and live comfortably. But once again, this question is constantly being tossed back and forth in our psyche.
Yeah, even Marvin Gaye said, "What's going on?"
Exactly.
You know what I'm saying? He was grieving watching the atrocities of the world around him.
Huh?
We always ask that question: what's happening?
Yeah.
What's going on? Ezra wants to know the same thing.
Yep. Ezra's one. All of us. Yeah.
Yeah, and I want to grab the scripture too. Ecclesiastes, Apocrypha, chapter 17, start at verse 7. I'll read down quick.
Ecclesiastes chapter 17 and verse 7.
We're on
7
16?
through 19. Yeah, read that. We're gonna read it quickly. It's gonna say the same thing we're on right now. Read on.
Ecclesiastes chapter 17
That Stony Heart
and verse
verse.
7.
Mm-hmm.
It says, withal, he filled them with the knowledge of understanding.
God gave the children of Israel what?
Knowledge of understanding.
He didn't give that to other nations. The other nations got to figure things out on their own.
True.
Through trial and error. He
And
gave
mathematics.
Yep, and do mathematics and science and astronomy and all the other things. He said he gave us understanding in what?
Knowledge of understanding.
Read.
And he showed them good and evil.
And the Most High also showed us what?
Good and evil.
He showed us what the definition of good is and what the definition of evil is.
Well, once you know what the definition of good is, now you know what the left-hand side is. Now the battle starts.
Yep.
And that's what Romans 7 said. I wouldn't have known negative unless I knew the law. The law let me know what was wrong. That's when the battle actually starts, though. The battle starts once you know right from wrong.
That spiritual battle that I mentioned was it starts when, because then now you're responsible.
Yep.
Because you know what's good, so then you got to ask yourself, am I going to do bad? Because you know what good is. So now it's a choice.
And also, once you know what's bad and what's good, then you realize certain things that are good I actually like.
Yeah.
And then am I going to give up these things that are bad for me, but I actually like it? Because if you don't know right from wrong, you're just going to pick and choose what you like and wrong.
I like to relax. This plant makes me relax.
But you know what?
Okay.
Yeah, this plant lets you relax, but now God says you can't use it.
Well, what's the difference between drinking and this?
Well, there you go.
What's the real difference?
Why is that question being asked? That question wouldn't be asked if you didn't like what you was partaking in. And then God said you can't have it now. Now we want to be smart guys.
It's natural.
That's the point. Now
so is cocaine.
Now it's
a plant too.
It's game on.
Opium's a plant. Everything's a plant.
Exactly.
Yeah.
So once again, that's the battle. Once you're shown right from wrong, now you start trying to psych yourself out to justify feeding the thing you actually like.
You're just saying what you like because you like alcohol. That's why you're saying that.
No,
but
I
like
that is the Lord. But then the Lord will sit back and say, "You can't drink all the time. You can't get overboard with that. You can't get overboard with anything." Anyway, keep going with your point out.
But that's
I just want to explain it. Well, once the law comes in, now you still got the likes you had in the world, and them likes keep bounding on you.
Yep.
Now I show how much I love the Most High based upon how much I deny what I really like for the Most High's sake.
Based upon pleasure.
Huh?
It's pleasure based. Read on.
Verse 8. He set his eye upon their hearts.
But the Most High gave us rules, and then the Most High steps back and watches to find out if we're going to maintain those rules.
And that's what I was just saying. Listen, he's like, I'm giving you these laws of what you can't do. I know what you want to do. But now I give you these laws about what you can't do, and I'm going to sit back and I'm going to look at your intention.
Yep.
Where's your heart? Where's your motivation?
Is where's your heart based upon what I told you is right or wrong?
That's the point. The determines how much we love the Most High. Because every single one of us can be staunch proponents for certain aspects of the law. All of us can see the wisdom in certain parts. Then there's other parts we're like, I don't see the wisdom in that. I don't see the need in that. Then we want to outthink the certain parts of the truth that we don't like.
Go to the buffet in the camp or in Christ.
Buffet
table.
You can't pick and choose everything you want in serving the Most High. You got to accept all the conditions across the board. And that's how he can determine where your heart is. When you start picking and choosing, he knows your heart. He knows your love is conditional. Anyway, I didn't want to take your point.
No. I want what you're saying. For example, is tithes a law? Is giving 10% of your income a law?
Mm-hmm.
It is a law. It's not eating pork a law. It's eating pork against the law.
Yep.
Both of them are laws. But some religious institutions will tell you that you have to do one,
Yeah.
but you don't have to do the other.
Wow.
Because we're cleansed with the blood of the Lamb.
Right.
So which ones are we cleansed with the blood of the Lamb? And which
What about
ones
Christ?
aren't
Christ
cleansed with
paid
the
the
blood of
price
the
for my
Lamb?
tithes too. Christ died for my tithes. I never seen another preacher teach that one time.
Yeah. Now everybody go teach
So the
that.
law of tithes is done away with because he died
Yeah.
for them. That's blood of the Lamb
He
now.
paid the price.
So I don't have to pay the price.
Yeah.
We never did that though.
But do you see how people pick and choose?
Yeah.
People pick and choose what they want to follow, what they don't want to follow.
Okay.
But that's what the Most High wants to know anyway. He give you right and wrong, and then sit back and find out what it is that you want to do.
Yeah.
Read on.
My bad. No, yeah. Slack, yeah. Verse 8. He set his eye upon their hearts, that he might show them the greatness of his work.
And if we were to follow the commandments, we would see the benefit of how the Most High thinks.
Mm-hmm.
We would reap the benefits on how he thinks.
But the only way you can reap the benefits is that you have to see the good in all the stipulations the Lord got us going through.
That's a hard.
If I can see the good in everything, then you get the understanding.
Yep.
The scripture says the wicked man don't understand.
Yeah, you don't.
I don't want to say because I don't want to do it. I don't like it. It doesn't feel good. It's that simple. Anyway, I'll keep going.
No, it's not what I want.
It's not what I want. It doesn't get any deeper than the Bible is very simple. Can I sit back here and choose to see the good in what the Lord's putting me through? Because I truly believe everything that Most High is taking me through is for the good of serving Him. Can I accept that? Can we all accept that?
The Bible is simple if you agree with it.
That's the point. Exactly.
That's so true.
If you don't agree with it, it's complicated.
And what He's putting us through
That's
in our life.
man's book. That's man's work.
Yes.
You tell me God came out of the heaven and made a book for you to read?
And I'm
You
gonna say
can't put
this.
God in a book.
And I'm gonna say this: the other level is one. It's one thing to agree or disagree with the book. It's another thing to sit back here and as the Most High is putting you through the ebbs and flows and ups and downs of life, accept the Most High's got you going through those things. That's the next thing. That's another level of faith. Because a lot of people can sit back and agree that the Bible's good, but can I see in my life the Most High is simply developing virtues in me?
Characters.
And everything I'm going through in life, the purpose of going through the ups and downs, the highs and lows, is to develop virtues in me. That's the next level of faith. Because listen, I don't see nobody saying, "Oh, forget the Bible." At least in the Hebrew community. But I see a lot of angry Jews about their life. I see a lot of unhappy, unfulfilled Hebrews in their personal lives. And that is a reflection of their lack of faith and acceptance of what the Lord is putting us through, which takes us back to the topic about not accepting the chastisement the Lord got us going on in our life.
True. Can I say this though? It's this the funny part. The funny part is people are like, "Why is the Most High put me through this?" But if you weren't dealing with the Most High, you would be going through the same thing.
Well, but ignorance is bliss.
Yeah.
Ignorance is bliss. And I will walk around here with these dreams and aspirations. And the thing is, sometimes when you sit back and really learn all the information about your battle, your life gets a little more distressing. It's a little more distressing to know what this is really about. Listen, how many of us even we're here to listen to this class, and there was a chapter in Jeremiah. When Jeremiah wrote, this is the first wave when the Babylonians were taking the Israelites out of their homeland and sending them back to Babylon. And the Lord gave Jeremiah a vision and said, listen, the people who left the first wave, they're the good figs. The evil figs were the Jews remaining under King Zedekiah's reign.
And what do you mean by that?
I'm going there. But he said the good figs were the ones who got sent into captivity. And the scripture said, listen, the Lord said, for 70 years, there's going to be captivity. But rejoice, because your children are going to come back and go back to their land and have an opportunity to serve me in their homeland.
Not a good deal, right?
Well, listen, that's the point. The point is, the priests were angry at Jeremiah because he wrote that letter to the exiles in Babylon. Why were the priests angry? Because the priests were like, you're tearing down their confidence. You're creating a spirit of despair. You're not keeping the people's spirits up.
You're making it harder.
You're sitting back here and taking away their hope. Right?
Yeah.
That's what they're implying. But if you really get to understand the Most High, regardless of the conditions that He chooses and He sees fit to put you in, we have a spiritual obligation to be okay with these conditions and still serve the Most High with gladness and joyfulness of heart.
Regardless.
How come we can't accept them apples? Because too many times, when we don't get the things that we expect to get in our life, our outlook turns sour, we get bitter, we get angry, and we get disconnected from the Most High. The Most High showed, at least me in that scenario, He said to rejoice and build and have children and have family, and don't forget me so that your next generation. Because listen, if I'm 20 years old and I got taken to captivity, that means I got to burn off 70 years over there? How old am I going to be even if I live? 90. I'm going to make that trip back in 90? I'm going to be able to foot it from Babylon to Israel?
I throw away all my comforts.
I gotta find that. It took Ezra a couple of weeks to make it back, or maybe 4 months to make it back.
Yeah, it was a couple months.
I had it written down.
But what's the point? I'm gonna be able to foot that at 90.
It's hard to do a 4 month journey at 90.
And you think I'm a slave? So you think I'm gonna get a gnat? I'm gonna be on that gnat? I ain't gonna be on that gnat at 90.
Nah, bro.
What is the purpose of what I'm bringing out?
Damn.
All I'm saying is, a lot of times the expectation the Most High has for us isn't what we think is fair or what we think is right or proper or what we have expectations for us in our own mind. And that dynamic disconnects us and puts us in a negative spirit towards Him. When if we just fixated our mind on learning to add spiritual virtues in our life, then you know what? Whatever that 70-year sentence in another country, it wouldn't have hit as hard. It wouldn't have affected us as much if we were more focused on going into this country, developing our children, teaching them the laws, and teaching them to be strong in this country so that when they sit back here and get back to their land, they'll be ready to be an impactful part of society. But think about this. If that's the mindset you take as that 20-year-old young man, what are you also saying? That the only thing that matters in my life is to develop my nation to the next level and develop my children to the next level. And that's the only thing that matters. What is the Most High expecting us as individuals to make our motivation? The only thing that matters is our nation sits back here and develops. What I'm getting out the deal and the ego and pride that I get out of doing the things that I want to do that makes me feel special doesn't matter. Am I going to be a cog or a component in the system that develops my nation? That's where we're supposed to rejoice in. That's the only position that you can rejoice in a scenario like that.
My personal bucket list is not the priority of my life. Everybody has a little list of that's a good comment.
Mm-hmm.
Everybody has a list of things they want to experience, or things they want to do. And the Most High may or may not allow you to have those experiences. The issue is, are you going to sit here and stop serving the Most High because He prolongs your period of whatever you want to do? We get mad at the Father for taking away our desserts, quote unquote, our personal preferences, quote unquote. It's really preference versus the Most High.
And I'm gonna say this is why the churches make so much money, because they teach prosperity.
Yeah, which is preference.
They teach prosperity, and they don't teach us to learn that whatever conditions the Most High got us in. Listen, does that mean we're not supposed to try to push? We're supposed to try to push and do the best we can.
Regardless, yeah.
But the upliftment and the promotion comes from who? The Most High. And can we accept whether the promotion comes or not? It doesn't matter. Because if we're focused on the right things and lessons, then everything's going to fall in place the way it's supposed to be. The reminder of this concept, it goes back to Leviticus 25 and 55. We were chosen to be what? Servants. It wasn't supposed to be what I think, how I look at myself and my expectations of what I want in my life. We don't matter. All we are servants whose job is to learn and lead from example to help our nation. And can we accept that? Yes.
You know, real quick.
I know we're bouncing. I know you got to stick to your point, man.
Yeah, no. It's something you said that I want to add another point.
We doing
So,
this.
Yeah, we're going to keep
We'll
it
fight to
steady.
get back, guys. We ain't getting to chapter 4 probably, right?
We'll try. Genesis chapter 3, verse 17 through 19.
My goodness.
And then we'll come back to Ecclesiastes. Ecclesiastes to finish his point.
Genesis chapter 3 and verse 17.
Read that.
And unto Adam he said, because thou hast hearkened unto the voice of thy wife, and hast eaten of the tree of which I commanded thee, saying, thou shalt not eat of it.
So now, what happened? It was a rule given. It was a law given. Don't eat of this tree.
Yep.
Adam broke the law, listening to his woman, following his woman. So you were given a law. You were told what to do and what not to do. You did what he was told not to do. So now there has to be a what?
Consequence.
There has to be a consequence. Read on.
Cursed is the ground for thy sake.
He said, now the consequence is because you didn't follow my commandments.
That was hard as hell.
Now the ground is not going to produce and yield as easily as it used to.
Yeah.
So you know what the Most High directly affects who depends on the ground to live?
Man.
We do.
Yeah.
We eat what comes out of the ground.
Especially during that time.
If there's a drought and there's no grass, then the cows have nothing to eat.
Mm-hmm.
Exactly.
Then the cows die off.
Yeah.
Then there's no grass to eat. Then we die off.
Yeah.
So what the Most High does is He affects your lifestyle, your livelihood. All the Most High does is punish your livelihood when you don't follow His commandments.
Come.
Read on.
In sorrow.
It said in what?
In sorrow.
So now you're gonna have to eat your food in what?
In sorrow.
So now you, instead of the ground just producing on its own, you got to go work and bust your tail to make this. You got to do a 9 to 5. You got to do double shifts.
Which means life is less fun.
Life is harder. Life is harder. He said, "In sorrow thou shalt eat thy bread." Read.
It says, "Shall eat of all." It says, "In sorrow shalt thou eat of it all the days of thy life."
Read on.
Thorns also and thistles.
He says, "Thorns and thistles." If anybody ever try to tear down or cut down some thorns and thistles, you will be stuck bleeding.
Bro.
Because they're hard to handle. They're hard to handle. You will be bleeding. To have to navigate through some thorns and thistles.
It's just inconvenient. It's like
No, it's not. It's painful. It's not just inconvenient. It's painful. You know,
how many of y'all actually done outside work with no gloves? You in trouble out. Listen, just on basic work. I gotta sit back here and say, Dad, you got some gloves I can use. If you ain't got no gloves, you're gonna be having bloody hands.
You ain't got no gloves.
You like
you gonna be pulling splinters out.
Exactly. Oh, that's life,
What
bro.
kind of work is this?
Listen, most work you out there and you touching plants and stuff out. It's hard. It's cutting your hands. Anyway, I'm just saying, Connie, your point out.
Yeah. No, it's something the Most High is saying that you got to get used to, and you have to be okay with it.
Yep.
So you can't. We're the ones who set the terms and the conditions to violate the commandments.
Yep.
So now we got to suffer the consequence.
Can I ask a question for someone?
Because we know better.
Because you know better.
Does this connect? This is a question. Does this connect to slavery, quote unquote? Because weren't we picking cotton? People forget. People talk about how soft cotton is so soft.
Not pulling
It's
it out.
so soft.
It's Egyptian cotton.
This is Egyptian cotton. This is the fabric of our lives, right?
Yeah.
But can you imagine when you have to pick the cotton, how much blood you gotta bleed? That's why how much people bled picking
Yeah,
cotton.
their hands were calloused.
Because inside that cotton,
That husk.
that husk is nothing but spikes. Real cotton has strong, not like little soft spikes, has hard, strong spikes. And to get that cotton, to pick that much cotton by the pound, you gotta
By your weight. You had to pick your weight a day.
How much pain is that though? I never thought about that until you brought this point out. How much if you had to pick your weight per day, if I'm 160 pounds, and if I'm that way, which I'm not.
You would have been.
I was like,
I'm suffering. I'm suffering.
Now you been whipped. Now they would have whipped you out.
I gotta lose this weight.
oh my God, come on, man.
I'm so sorry.
Yeah.
You gotta teach
I'm
us Bible,
sorry.
man.
But the thistles,
Yeah.
the thistles.
The thistles are thistling. The thistles are thistling.
I'm gonna wash my hands, right?
Okay.
But you know,
The thistles thistle out, kind of.
but imagine a female that's pregnant.
They got to do it.
Her weight's even more. She's carrying a baby. I mean, that's gotta be.
Yeah.
It's gotta be.
But this is the new condition based upon the new disobedience.
But this is the situation. I want to bring out another side to this. It's harder work, and it's more time consuming. This is how the Most High breaks us. Listen, if we're going to sit back here and sin on our free time, then what's the problem? I had to take that free time away from you. That's another reason that he sat back here and makes the hours longer, the work harder. He got to take away that free time. You ever noticed when your head ain't right, when you ain't in the right mindset, the Most High takes away more of your free time. He just pulls it, whether it's needs of your family, more counseling you got to do, more people you got to be responsible for. You're like, listen, the only thing that's going to keep you spiritually right is if I take more of your time away from you. Because if you had more time, what would you do with your personal time? You screw it off and you'd be doing some idle negative crap. It tells you in the Apocrypha about how idleness teaches much what?
Wickedness.
So because of that, he knows that idleness teaches wickedness. Now he got to make this ground harder to sit back here and produce. You got to be out here in this field longer. You have to take more time taking out all these weeds, taking these insects and these bugs. You got to do all this extra work just to get your crops to grow. And that consumes more of your time, which keeps you more from focusing on negative. Because you got to get up in the morning just to eat. And you got to bust your tail for an extended amount of time just to put food in your stomach. This is how the Most High keeps you overly occupied. Because if Israel gets more time, we're going to utterly corrupt ourselves. And we've shown it time after time after time after time again. So either he'll sit back here and put harder work conditions on you, or he'll sit back and take away your job, which gets you stressing and praying again.
Yep.
Right or wrong? You start losing your job. Then we send up Kaloyim. Then we're in class. Then we're spiritual again. Then we get comfortable and he hardens things at the job for you. Then your boss is hard on you. Then the conditions of the job are hard on you. That's how he works you. Just like he's working Adam.
He's working them out. And he said, in Adam, he's given the new conditions. These are new terms.
Yeah.
These are new conditions. Adam didn't have to go through this to eat before. Read on.
Thorns and thistles shall it bring forth to thee, and thou shalt eat the herb of the field.
Read on.
In the sweat of thy face.
Now, what's the new condition?
In the sweat of thy face.
You used to be able to eat without having to do no labor. You didn't have to sweat and break a sweat to get some food.
Yep.
Now you got to go to work, and you got to sweat, and you got to answer. You got to punch a clock. You got to be under some type of structure, or what's another word for burdens, labor, because you set these new terms up through your obedience. So it wasn't this way. It wasn't this way initially. It wasn't supposed to be this way. We made it this way by our disobedience. Read on.
It says, "In the sweat of thy face shalt thou eat bread, till thou return unto the ground. For out of it was thou taken. For dust thou art, and unto dust shalt thou return."
So the Most High knows how to fix our situation based upon our sin, our level of sin. So if we're in a situation that is uncomfortable, painful, where we're under the nation's authority, we have to follow their commandments and their laws and their statutes. We have to use their money and their currency with their face on it.
Yep.
So then who set those terms up? We did. So we have to be okay with the punishment. But what happens is we get punished and we complain and we get angry at the Lord. But who set those terms up?
And that's the point. And then we'll start sitting back here and say, I need to talk to my congressman.
Write a
I
letter.
need to sit back here and write a letter to Greg Abbott.
I need to get my voter registration card up.
We can sit back and fix these discrepancies and these inadequacies through the voting system.
Yep.
Then we start sitting back here and marching and protesting.
Yep.
But in actuality, if we just would have learned to get closer to the Heavenly Father and cleave to Him, that's where the peace of mind would have came. Christ said, in me you'll have peace, in the world you'll have understanding. Tribulation. Because what did Christ really teach us how to operate? To learn how to value the pursuit of virtues versus learning how to get out of the sentence the Most High got you going through.
Yeah.
That's what Christ really is teaching us. What's more valuable to give my energy to in my life? Is it overcoming my financial difficulties or gaining spiritual virtues that matter? This is what Christ was talking about when you're sitting back here and selling what you got and buying that other land. What was the other land? It was the pursuit of spiritual virtues. Discipline, patience, long-suffering, mercy, humility. Those are the things that matter. Those are the things that show the Most High where your intentions are at. Because ultimately, what are we fighting for? Everybody wants to get to the kingdom, but nobody is putting the proper energy into what it takes to get to the kingdom. Yes, you have to follow the law, statute, commandments. But then there's still faith you have to tap into. And while I'm waiting for the Most High to teach me these lessons of faith, what should I be occupied in? Solomon talked about it. Christ talked about it. Paul talked about it. Those fruits of the Spirit. Virtues are just fruits of the Spirit. That's another word for fruits of the Spirit. These are the things we should be giving our mind to. Anyway,
Keep your head up.
let's go back to your point.
Ecclesiastes 17.
Or go into kid space and watch the cartoons. Keep going.
Ecclesiastes chapter 17 and verse 9. He gave them to glory in his marvelous acts forever.
If we would have followed and saw the good of his commandments, our life would have been beneficial. We would have saw the benefit of keeping his commandments. Read on.
That they might declare his works with understanding.
Read on.
And the elect shall praise his holy name.
Go ahead. And now
Exactly.
listen, he said the elect. Now we know the elect is the children of Israel. That's the Most High's elect. The Most High's elect is the children of Israel. The reason the Most High gave the children of Israel his commandments is so that we can see the good of it and go back and give him his praise.
Okay.
Read on.
Verse 11. Beside this, he gave them knowledge.
He says on top of that, he gave them what?
Knowledge.
So he only gave his knowledge to his elect,
Okay.
the children of Israel, not the rest of the nations. Read on.
And the law of life.
And he gave the children of Israel the law of life. what would have pertained to a better life. If we kept the laws and statutes and commandments, it would have had a direct correlation and effect on our lives. Our lives would have been more prosperous. Our lives would have been better. Read on.
It says, and the law of life for inheritance.
Can I say something real quick?
Yep.
This is what we never figured out. We were supposed to commit ourselves to these laws, which really was our heritage. You know, we sit back here and we look at these. You look at TV. Black folks' heritage is in the jungles in Africa somewhere at, with these big old bowls in our mouth, throwing spears at people and drinking blood and doing these damn crazy Hamite rituals. Yeah. That's what we associate ourselves with as our heritage. But our heritage goes back to these laws, these scriptures, following Christ, because the intention was for us to make it this heritage so we can lead the entire world. What good is us getting the power on earth if we're not going to lead the world in righteousness? That's the real question. The intention for giving us these laws, Solomon talked about it when he communicated to us once the temple was finally completed. Christ talked about us being a city on the hill. But in works and actions, we weren't a city on the hill.
No, in negative, we're in city on the hill.
We were supposed to get these laws, get this heritage, so we can show the world how to operate. That was the Most High's expectations for us. But we kept falling short on that. But then we're sitting back here and complaining on when are we going to get a fifth chance to corrupt the world with our negative antics?
Wow.
When are we going to get a fifth and sixth opportunity to get in power and follow the nation's negative ways?
Make the same mistakes.
That's what we're asking for. And we're angry that we're not getting another chance to follow lesser men's carnal actions. And we don't understand why the Most High won't give us another chance. It's like a kid that you got that you know damn well if you give him too much responsibility, he's going to act a fool. But he's looking at you like, how come you don't give me no more responsibility? Because you're going to mess up. I can't give you this extra responsibility because if I give it to you, you're not going to know how to act. Can we understand that with children? Or with people that you work with?
Bottom of the car so I can crash.
Yeah, the great example.
That's what we do.
Listen, a kid is this habitual damn speedster. He's jacked up 2 cars, but he wants you to give him a third. Dad, you don't trust me. No, I don't trust you.
I promise.
You're going to give me a chance. No, I don't. Show me for a period of time that you're responsible, and I'll give you a shot again. And every time we get a car, we're running drag races somewhere. This is us.
It's real.
This is we're angry at the Most High don't give us a second, a third, fourth, fifth, 10th chance to get in power again. When we've shown that whenever we get in power, we follow the nation's ideologies. So why not just put them in power to keep you humble? Until the end, when the ones that have fought hard enough to change what's inside of them, I'll give them a chance and I'll take that stony heart from them. The only way, this is the sad thing, the only way for us to get into power again, he got to take that stony heart out of ourselves. But we don't want to accept that about our nation. We want to look at you or 1 or 2 people, but as a nation, we're behind, man. And we're selfish. But when the heritage part was there, in verse 11, it says, the law of life was supposed to be our heritage. This is supposed to be what makes us who we are. Now, no damn dashikis and these weird ass colors that these Africans be wearing, oranges and these crazy greens and these cross color colors. Horrible.
Well, the 10 tribes.
That's not us.
Going into this indigenous zone.
Yeah.
The idea of the indigenous zone is a delusion.
You know what those totem poles were? They were like Asherah poles, huh?
Yes.
They were Asherah poles.
It's a word.
They were idol poles. So all that wasn't our heritage. Us connected to this Bible and following the commandments and his ways and understanding the spirit of it was what we were supposed to pattern our life of.
Animal worship was one of the lowest forms of idolatry.
Yeah.
because you're worshiping an animal. You were created to dominate and rule, but that's what the Egyptians were doing.
Yeah.
They were worshiping animals.
Yeah.
So when you see us worshiping the spirit of this animal, the spirit of this animal, the spirit of this animal, that's the idolatry is low level, and that's what the Most High punished us. That's partially what the Most High punished us. It doesn't really. I mean, in West Africa, we was tripping in West Africa, but I'm just saying all our indigenous, that's the goal of being cultured. That was a dilapidated version of what we had before.
Well, that's all that's being taught. Because when you look at education, they start with us coming out of Africa. Western civilization said that, we were naked in the jungle, throwing spears. Now we know that's not true. But they say that's what they teach us that our heritage started. But our heritage predated European civilization and conquest.
Yep.
It goes further back than that. Our heritage goes all the way back to following the commandments.
Okay.
They don't want you to know that, though.
Well, they do not.
They don't want you to know that your heritage started in the Garden of Eden. They don't want you to know that.
They don't want you to know that. And the sad thing is, if we know it, most of us laugh at that concept when it's brought to us. How many of us really embrace that? When our heritage is taught to each other. That we embrace it, we are the Most High's chosen people, and we got to act like it. Don't forget, He is judging us as a nation, not a bunch of individuals. Our condition is the way it is, because as a nation, we don't value the Most High. So, let's keep going back to your point, Shepard.
Read on.
I think it's verse 12.
Yeah, verse 12. Come. Ecclesiastes chapter 17, verse 12. He made an everlasting covenant with them.
So who gets the everlasting covenant?
Israel.
Israel has the everlasting covenant. We're under everlasting contract. That's why when we mess up, 3,000 years later, we still get punished today.
Yep.
Come.
That's why we, no matter what Ezra was thinking back then, it wasn't going to be over soon. That punishment had to endure because the covenant endured. The contract was still valid. The Most High never expired the contract. Read on.
Come. And showed them his judgment.
And he showed Israel his what?
Judgments.
His judgments, which is the punishments for not following the commandments. Read on.
Verse 13. Their eyes saw the majesty of his glory.
What other nation can say that they saw the majesty of the Most High's glory?
Nobody.
No other nation can say that. The other nations will shoot up a rocket to go look at the origin of mankind and look in space to find out where the civilization began. They still looking in space.
Yeah. Wrong place.
Good luck.
It's out there somewhere.
It's out there somewhere. Life began somewhere in the stars.
Yeah.
Don't you know the earth is sitting in the stars? But the Most High said, heaven is my throne and the earth is my what?
Footstool.
Then what they're looking for. But he said the children of Israel was able to see his glory. The Most High showed him his backside to Moses. Remember when he put Moses in a cave? And he put his hand over the cave?
Yeah.
And he said, I can't show you my real glory because no man can see me and live. If I show you my face, Moses, you will die. You'll go up in ashes right now.
Right.
He's too powerful. Moses is too impure of a creature.
Right.
So he said, I'm going to pass by and I'll let you see my resemblance, my visage. Yes, sir.
You got some nations right now, even right now, and they will lie. I said, yeah, man, I saw that, man, I saw everything. You still got other people, the other nations will say this kind of stuff. I hear that all the time.
That's a lie. Because he said the Most High only showed a similitude of himself to Moses, representing our people, forefather of our nation. No other nation can claim that they even seen the Most High like us. We're the only ones that have that claim to say that. Read on.
It says, their eyes saw the majesty of his glory, and their ears heard his glorious voice.
Who else out of all the nations of the world can say they heard the Most High speak? Nobody. He's showing you, the reason why he's bringing this out, because he's showing you how intimate the relationship is between Israel and the Most High.
And why he's so hard on us.
Yeah.
Because he's revealed things to us that he hasn't revealed to nobody else. Yeah. He's dealt with us in ways that he hasn't dealt with no other nation. That's why when we make a mistake, the punishment has to be more severe
and immediate.
Yes.
Because we'll go into later about how the nations are allowed to just run their course and he cuts them off, but our corrections are immediate. And this is how you know he treats us like sons and not bastards.
They're not bastards.
But we'll let you finish your Ecclesiastes. You finish that?
Yeah, finish. Read on down.
Okay. It says, and he said unto them, beware of all unrighteousness.
And said this is why, because he has a relationship with them, he's telling them to beware of what?
All unrighteousness.
Read on.
It says, and he gave every man commandment concerning his neighbor.
Thou shalt not steal. Thou shalt not commit adultery. Thou shalt not bear false witness. All these commandments are in relation to how you deal with your people. These are rules to living with your neighbor. You're supposed to steal from your neighbor. You ain't supposed to steal his ox, his coat, break into his house, steal his woman. You're not supposed to do these things.
You can't trust that dude over there, bro.
Yeah.
That dude got a spirit on him. He's always looking at my rib.
And this is
You can't do that.
They can't, brother.
And I want to
something came to my mind when you said that.
and I want to make sure this is what a lot of people online might think we don't teach the law, but we do teach the law. The problem is, as Shamshawan's going to keep reading, the Most High gave us the law, but what constantly got in the way of us truly embracing every aspect of the law? It's the stony heart. It's that lack of trust. It's that negative outlook we have towards our people. It's that hatred we have for our nation that gets in the way of the understanding of what the law is about. This is why when Christ came down, he was more centrally focused on the stony heart that was inside of us. Because that was keeping us. Because the understanding of the law was to love our brother. The understanding of the law was to consider the people around us. But that stony heart in us didn't allow us to really embrace the understanding of what this law was about. So what we did is we kept the law, but still hated our brother. We kept the technicalities of the law, but still didn't really consider what our people were going through. We had no love and mercy. Listen, we're going to read in Nehemiah that everybody in the nation gave up all of their resources, stopped farming, stopped doing the agriculture to fix the wall in Jerusalem, right? But there's a consequence to that. Everybody's fixing the wall in Jerusalem, which means they're not attending to their land. They're not attending to the construction, to their homes. So the farming is weaker. The harvests aren't going through. So guess what happens? Everybody's money is funny.
Yeah.
Because everybody committed themselves to building a wall.
The production
goes down.
Your production
and everybody's
down.
money's
Most high goes up.
But guess what happened? Guess what happened to guess what the elites did? The elites gave the Jews who were committing all their resources to the temple or to the walls, gave them high-ass, ugly duckling interest loans. For those of y'all who don't know, ugly duckling was like Red McCombs. Was like the third-rate car spot for Red McCombs. And you get a car, but it's like 24% interest rate.
It's like third chance financing.
Yes, but listen, that means anybody can get a car if you had a job. But you got like a 25% interest rate on.
Like drive time.
So you'll get but you'll get a car that has like 150,000 miles. And you'll be paying like $500 a month. You're getting hammered on crazy bad deals.
I did that.
And then what happens is you'll drive this ugly like a car, and then what happened is you'll stop paying in a year. They'll take it back and resell it for another $15,000. And then all this in-house financing. Yeah. But this is what the Hebrew elites were doing to the people that gave up all their resources for the temple. And all these elites, they knew the law, they had the law, and they were still sitting back here and making people give up their farms, give up their land for some food for now. Either you had to give up your land, or you had crazy high interest rates, and then when you couldn't pay, they were taking your children and selling them. This is what our people were doing, right? And they had the law.
And that's callousness.
There was a stony heart. So this was the issue. People knew the law, knew right from wrong, and because that stony heart was in them, they still didn't have enough love in them to consider, hey, we're all in this together. None of us have. Everybody's losing something for this walk.
That classism.
So let me sit back here and just pay me back what you need, what you can when we're done with this wall. No interest. That's what you should have did, but we didn't do it.
Yeah.
Because we're capitalizing from the position of leverage we have. That is a lack of love. Despite the fact that for generations we knew the law. And that dynamic of knowing the law and still having a stony heart was what Christ was attacking in us. We talked about that Korban a couple weeks ago. How, listen, you can sit back here and eliminate your parents' estate that was given to you, but a portion was supposed to be for them.
As they got older.
You gave up their portion, and as long as you gave it to the priest, you'd be absolved from taking care of your family, and you would be absolved from the shame because you gave it up to the priest. It was the little dirty little nuances and technicalities we tap into, even though we had the law, is what Christ was attacking.
You know, we found loopholes in the law.
That's the point. I had loopholes to justify my stony, wicked heart. And this is what Christ was trying to teach against. And this is what Paul was trying to teach. Because if we had a natural love for our brother, if we loved the Most High and we loved our brother, then we could fulfill the whole law. It'd be easy to fulfill the law if I had a consideration towards people I work with every day and I didn't want to harm them. This is why he simplified things. Do unto others as you want to be done to you. Do you want usury on you? Do you want to get taken advantage of when you're in a weak spot? Then don't do it to your brother. That was the angle and direction he was teaching in regards to the law. It wasn't against the law. It was about how the Jews, especially the elites, used those little loopholes to justify taking advantage of people. The same thing we was doing in the time of Christ. We were doing it back in the time of the kings. Same concept. Anyway, keep going, bro.
Read on.
It says, their ways are ever before him.
But the Most High is saying, listen, I gave you a law that's supposed to make your relationships with your people better. That's why the law says thou shalt not steal. You can't steal nothing from the Most High anyway. Mm-hmm. He didn't make the law because you can steal from him. You can rob him of tithes and offering, but you can't directly affect him in that way. You can't steal nothing from him. But he said, but the person you affect is your brother. So he's trying to give him a law that builds better communities, that builds a nation.
Even the law about divorce. He said it wasn't even supposed to be that way.
What ain't supposed to be?
But because you don't got the capacity to forgive and be merciful, I got to put this in here.
He had to make an amendment to the law. That's why Christ said, no, there was no divorce law.
And that's the point. What he's telling us is that what people don't understand is what Christ was teaching and what Paul ended up following was the law times 2. That's what it was. You were supposed to still follow the law, but then, we were supposed to operate at a higher level than just the law. Because if you're just operating with the bare minimum, and like the law said, eye for an eye. If this dude hurts you this way, you can hurt him back. He said you got to go beyond that.
Yeah.
There is beyond it. The law was the law, but Christ wasn't teaching to go against the law. He was trying to teach us to go above the law.
Well, you know what? Because I can still follow the law and not steal from my brother and not commit adultery and not bear false witness, but I can still sit on food with him. Because that's what we do. We'll say, well, I don't mess with that dude.
Yeah.
So you ain't break no law, but you still don't love him.
That's the point.
So what does the Most High want you to do? Follow the law or learn to love?
Kind of.
Because ultimately we do that too. We'll just say, I ain't gonna break no law, but I don't love you either.
Yep.
I'm just not gonna fool.
And I'm not gonna be patient with you.
I'm just not gonna fool with you. I'm not gonna. That's what we say. I'm not gonna fool with you. I'm not gonna mess with you. I'm just gonna. You do your thing. I do my thing. But there's still no love though.
And this is why the Pharisees kept asking Christ, why are you even dealing with those guys?
Yep.
They're a bunch of screw ups.
Yep.
That's what he's saying. But that's the point. I screw up less than you on paper.
There you go.
Yep.
So I can sit back here and look down on why you're Mr. Can't Get Right. So why am I going to deal with this can't get right cat?
Yep.
What he's saying is, for all of your ability and knowledge, why don't you use it to go back down and help people that can't figure it out? That's the understanding of the law. Don't just do the bare minimum. Sit back here and go above and beyond. That is the lesson. So Christ was teaching is to go above and beyond the law. The law, the scripture said, Paul said, the law was made for what? Evil, the lawless.
Right.
But once you're not lawless, there is a level above the lawless.
Which it says, be perfect as I am perfect.
People think listening to Christ, it was different from the law. It was just the elevated understanding from the foundation the law was given to us.
Yeah.
That's how you look at the old and new. The old still remains. The new is just a greater ascension from the foundation that was given us.
We had an issue a couple of days ago where on the move, we ended up dealing with a lady who was super Christian lady, super Christian, and she was like, "Are you guys Jews?" And we're like, "Yeah." Like, she's like, "Well, I don't see why you guys,
She bought us some pizza.
She bought some pizza.
And we told her, hey, no pork.
Yeah.
Get some chicken or some vegetables.
Yeah.
Don't need no pork.
That kind of sparked it. I'm trying to get you to tell the story.
No, go ahead.
Yeah. Okay. Well, hey, she when she saw we eat pork and chicken, she's like, "These guys are Christians, they're good guys, but I don't see why you guys don't have no pork and no, what's an issue with it?" And so I was like, "Listen, the Lord says we can't eat this," and you explained it to her, and she didn't want to really accept it. And then you pulled the scripture out, and you had her read it, and she read it in the New Testament. She read it in the New Testament that you're not supposed to. Yea, we established the law.
Mm-hmm.
The New Testament says
She said,
we establish the law. So what are we teaching? We're teaching the law. Just the law with the extra concepts of Christ, which is character additions, which is the
How to remove that stony heart.
removing the stony heart. We're not saying that because we're teaching the New Testament, we're done with eating, any kind of, you can eat whatever you want to eat. There's all freedom. You were going against that. Listen, we're not free to do what we want to do. You can break it down better, but the whole point was, it shows what? You get this information and you add to it. And what do you add to it? The restriction of your own personal freedoms. The restriction of your own personal
you know what you add to it? You add mercy to it.
And also you add mercy, and you add, when the scripture says, when a person compels you to go a mile, go 2. Instead of me just doing the bare minimum that the law tells me to do, am I going to go above and beyond for what this person needs? That is the law of Christ. That's what Christ taught. Because the law gives us the bare minimum that we got to give so that we don't get in trouble by the Most High. Because Christ says there's way more to it than that.
So she said, what about the law of Christ? You're like, this is the law of Christ.
Yeah. Well, people want to say that they're two different things. It's just a greater understanding of the first thing that was laid down.
What they choke, the idea that they choke on, regular people choke on, is if they think that Christ died so that we can do whatever we want.
Yeah.
But you can't. Christ didn't die so you can break laws.
No.
Because if you take away law, then you're instituting chaos. That's why the Most High said, he said, let all things be done decently and in order. There's an order to everything. But if you don't you take the rules away, there is no order. Then you want order out of chaos.
Yeah.
Like this, what this society teach. But you see, what she was choking on was the fact that I thought because Christ died, I can eat pork.
Yep.
I said, well, then that means you could commit adultery too.
Yeah.
Then that means you can murder somebody too. Then that means you can steal from somebody too. She said, no, that's not right. I said, so then that law is still in effect. And she said, well, I got to go back and ask my husband about this. I was like, because she couldn't swallow.
She was glitching?
She was glitching, bro. She glitched and walked off.
Her face was bothered.
It was contortion.
Yeah.
Blow a head gasket out.
Your husband can commit adultery then, baby.
Yeah.
The law of the way.
Yeah.
I asked my husband about that.
Yeah.
I'm like,
But there's something fishy with this one.
Yeah.
No.
Because that's what Paul said. He said, do we make void the law through faith? Just because I got faith in Christ, does that mean the law is done away with? Paul said, God forbid. He said, yea, we established the law. So you gotta establish means to erect, to put in motion.
Yeah.
You gotta set it up. You still gotta follow the law, and you still gotta have faith in Christ. You gotta do both.
It's both. So it's actually added responsibility when you bring Christ in there. Okay? So, where are we at?
He's on verse. What verse you on?
Right now we just finished with 15.
Read on.
We're in verse 16 now. Ecclesiastes chapter 17 and verse 16. Every man from his youth is given to evil. Neither could they make to themselves fleshly hearts.
So even though the Most High gave the law,
Yep, and that's why I went there.
and he showed that the law was given to his elect, his saints. It says that the Most High spoke to the children of Israel. It says the children of Israel is the only one that saw the Most High's similitude. He showed himself to them. Even though he has this intimacy with them, that alone they couldn't turn their hearts from stony to what?
Flesh.
To flesh.
You know what a stony heart means? My mind is more focused on me coming up than me serving.
Yep.
That stony heart is more about what I'm not getting out the deal versus finding happiness in service.
Yeah.
Because most people just can't find peace of mind in service. We find peace of mind in gaining. That's that stony heart. Not finding happiness and peace in giving my mind to what other people need. Because what is spiritual thinking all about? What has Christ been teaching the whole time? Considering how your actions affect others way more than how you're focused on how other people make you feel. It's changing how you process things. So a stony heart is a person that for the most part just sees and is fixated on what people do to them. A fleshy heart is conscious on what their conduct has an effect on other people.
I can see the fault in myself.
And the perfect example of that, when the woman was caught in adultery, and they wanted to stone her, and Christ said, "He that is without sin cast the first stone."
Yeah.
And then they dropped their rocks and walked off because they started to be convicted in themselves. So you know what? You can always pinpoint and say what other people do wrong, but do you have the ability to look at yourself and look at what you do wrong?
And if that has to be the prevailing mentality, if you want a fleshy heart. Now, if you have that fleshy heart coupled with the law, you're unstoppable. But most of us will sit back here and be hellions with the law and have a stony heart and wonder why the Most High don't accept that stony heart. Because that's what he's been saying. That's what we read all last week about in Ezra 3. About how that stony heart got in the way of our growth, and the Most High wasn't going to take that away. We had to fight that stony heart in us if we want to gain access to the kingdom. Okay? So now after we went all those different places, now we're back still with Ezra saying, why the hell are these Babylonians over us? Even though we got this stony heart, they got a stony heart too. Yeah. They got a stony heart, and they don't follow the laws of the Most High. So why are they on top of us? Right? Yeah. Now let's go back to Hebrews. I'm sorry. You got more 16?
Yeah, I just want to finish this. Yeah,
I'm sorry.
19.
Okay, I'm sorry. I thought it was 16. Okay.
No, because it just want to add this little point. Go ahead.
Okay. For in the division of the nations of the whole earth, he set a ruler over every people. But Israel is the Most High's portion.
Out of all the different nations and races of people on the earth, which people belong to the Most High?
Israel.
Israel's his portion. So the other nations have their own set of rules and own set of laws. The Most High gave his law to Israel only. Read on.
Whom being his firstborn.
He calls Israel his what?
Firstborn.
So that means he has more of a care, concern to them more than anybody else. Mm-hmm. Read on.
It says, he nourisheth with discipline.
What does the Most High do with his firstborn children?
Nourished with discipline.
So he deals with us with what?
Discipline.
And this where we go back to Hebrews, where he said he chastised the ones he loved. Right. That's how you know the Most High loves us, because he stings us when we break his laws, statutes, laws, and commandments.
And that's called nourishment. Correction.
Yep.
Being in this condition that we're in. There's two ways to look at the condition that we're in. I can look at it and meditate on how unfair it is. Or I can learn from this experience what obedience really is about. Once again, it's all based upon how do I look at life? Do I look at life based upon what I'm not getting? Or do I look at life based upon the pursuit of virtues? spiritual virtues. I know you gotta get out of here. Let's get you started real quick, all right? It's off today.
Moselle, Shah, Shabbatah, Ban,
Yahweh.
Yahweh, Ban, Yasharala.
Okay. Moselle, Shah Shabbatah, Ban Yahweh, Ban Yahweh. I munch him. What? Yahweh Hashem Shabbatah.
Yahweh Hashem, Yahweh Shabbarakatah.
All right, brother. So let's okay, you got more in there, right?
Yeah, just verse 19, 18 and 19.
Ecclesiasticus 17, verse 18 and 19. (17, 18, and 19).
All right. Whom being his firstborn, he nourisheth with discipline, and giving him light with his love, doeth not forsake him. Therefore, all their work.
He said, but although the Most High punishes us, he will never do what? He said, forsake us.
Yep.
So he'll sting us, but he won't leave you hanging. He'll punish you, but he'll still come back and have compassion on you.
But I guess the problem, Shamshuan, is what everybody's definition of forsake is. Because in our mind, the Most High forsaking us is having us in the condition that we live in life. We look at being forsaken as not having sovereignty. We look at being forsaken in the Lord is why I'm sitting back here living paycheck to paycheck.
Yeah.
That's forsaken in our eyes. We look at forsaken as I don't have any freedom and no financial wealth and no financial freedom, and and I'm not out of the rat race.
Yeah.
And because I'm not out of the rat race, I'm forsaken. But what I classify as being forsaken, what we classify as being forsaken, is completely different than how the Most High classifies us as forsaken. And that's one of the biggest issues.
Yeah, because we don't know what that means.
Exactly.
Because to be forsaken is to be without hope. But the Most High shows us he'll sting us, but there's still always hope.
Well, listen, I'm going to say this. Most High says he gives us our daily, Christ said he gives us our daily bread. That was what we're supposed to pray for. Our daily bread. But the sad thing is, everybody in this damn room gets daily bread. But that's not enough.
To be happy.
We'll sit back here and look at classified daily bread as being forsaken. Now I'm upset because I'm living. What does living paycheck to paycheck mean? Huh? Daily bread. And that's what we're depressed about. Are we not?
Yep.
Because we want more than daily bread.
But our works don't.
We want comfort.
Our works don't.
Every damn Jew is doing some damn Bitcoin. I can't count on my hand how many damn Jews is doing some Bitcoin. Why is Jews doing Bitcoin and doing other hustles?
Trying to compensate.
To get out of the daily bread life. Am I right or wrong? Everybody's trying to find an angle to not have to live by daily bread. Because daily bread is irksome. You're not comfortable with daily bread. Right? One bad day, one bad week.
That's it.
That's it. We don't like that.
You know why? Because daily bread is not enough to do an extended vacay.
I know.
I can't make. My choices are limited.
With daily bread.
With daily, you only got enough, bro. You can't travel. You can't travel on daily bread.
You can't have a whole. You can't get comfortable on daily bread. Right? Daily bread make you frown. Right?
You need resources to make moves.
But the Lord said, listen. Christ said you should be praying for daily bread. But that's not good enough. Didn't Paul say food and raiment is enough to get through?
Yep.
We want more. We want more.
He said, being therefore content with food and raiment.
That's the point. But that's not enough for us. So we come up with all these schemes to get more in the name of the blessings. And we call it blessings. The blessing is to be sustained day to day.
That you ate today.
Come. And that eats at us. That eats at us.
You know why? Because we look at
the nations.
We look at not having any other choices that we want. We want to really pursue. You know what I'm saying? As being, what fulfills us.
Because you know why
I'm limited in my options.
What we hate is we lack control.
You know why? Because you might have the free food voucher in school, but they had the pizza for
Get
sale.
that pizza.
But yeah,
You couldn't get the pizza.
You couldn't get the pizza.
Or the burger and the tots.
Yeah, the burger
and the tots was fire.
But you was on a meal program. So you had to use your card.
Yeah.
And everybody else got options. They got the other snacks that just not what the cafeteria's lady put on the plate.
That hamburger and tots was phenomenal.
Yeah.
That was like the Wednesday lunch.
Yeah.
You wasn't missing Wednesday.
It's a lot of Wednesday.
Yes,
it's a lot of Wednesday.
Oh man,
But
LA was Burger Wednesday.
You had no choices, man. You had to eat what the cafeteria lady gave you.
Yep.
Now if you had extra money, you can go get the pizza. You can go get the
And
other
the kids
stuff.
are smiling at the pizza and the hamburger.
You get the other line. Actually, it was a different line with a different register. You had to get the free lunch line. You know what I'm saying? You're like, damn, I want some choices too. You got the same milk, cardboard container milk.
Yes, sir. Did they give you a choice of chocolate or regular?
Yeah, they did.
Okay, let's make sure, man.
You get the applesauce.
It's different in Texas and LA. And
Applesauce with the peaches with the syrup in it.
Okay.
With the coffee cake.
That's good too. But listen, but going back to the point is we don't like living check to check. But that's still the Most High's mercy.
Yep.
Right? That's His mercy. Now listen, I want to make sure I'm clear with this explanation. Am I saying in class that we got to have this welfare mindset where just getting some welfare checks and welfare whatever is what it's supposed to be about? Am I saying that? No. What I'm saying is it's a fine line between pushing for more and being okay that giving your best, the Most High hasn't opened the door yet. It's got to be a balance, because we teach work ethic and discipline all the time. We teach about maximizing the resources you have and committing yourself to pleasing the Most High while working hard, and work ethic and discipline. That's supposed to be happy. I mean, that's supposed to be what's happening. But can we do that and not be dejected if you ain't got what you wanted? So it's learning to have goals, but not let those goals define you. What's supposed to define you? Those spiritual virtues that I'm learning along the way. I'm not saying just don't want nothing, don't expect nothing, don't have nothing, don't do nothing. I'm not saying that, because that's lame too. Well, we got to be able to sit back here and push for things, but then the Most High will open the door once He wants to open the door.
Well, that's pouty, because it's like saying if I don't get what I want, then I don't want nothing at all.
It's not about that. It's about having goals, setting up goals, doing the right thing in those goals, and taking spiritual courses to get that goal. Looking at things spiritually to accomplish that goal. But if that's not what the Most High wants from you, then that's not what He wants from you. And can I accept being abound and what? Abased. You got to be able to operate in both ways. There's certain people, when things are going good, they love the Most High.
Oh,
there's certain people that when they get things, they forget the Most High. And there's certain people that when they get humbled, they read and they study. Other people, when they're humbled, they don't want to. They don't want to serve the Most High, right? We got to be able to operate spiritually on both sides of the spectrum. So if He brings you up, cool. If He brings you down, cool. So whether He takes you up or down, that means you got to be okay wherever He takes you. So you can't get so fixated on getting things and getting what you want. What should matter more than getting what you want is gaining spiritual virtues.
You know what the virtue?
Keep dropping that point.
You know the spiritual virtue that you use in between time, when you don't have it, then you have to. Then until you do have it, that spiritual virtue is called patience. Because that's the lesson of having to wait. That's the
long suffering
of having to wait wait with a positive mind until your condition changes.
Yep. Listen, it's long. It's patience. It's long suffering. It's discipline. There's different. While you're waiting, it's how you wait.
Yep.
Am I disciplined while I'm waiting? Is my outlook pure while I'm waiting? Is my work ethic maintained itself while I'm waiting? Brotherhood.
What we do is we go in the autopilot when we don't get what we want.
Yep.
We just disconnect, we detach, and we go into autopilot, and we just say, I'm just going to go in robotic mode and I'm just gonna lock my mind on what I'm doing. I'm not gonna pray as much.
Mm-hmm.
I'm not gonna be thankful as much. I'm not gonna do extra because I ain't got what I want. So I'm not gonna do no extras.
I might give him extra because
Yeah, because I ain't got what I want. So I'm on autopilot. And then we expect that autopilot mentality is gonna get the Most High's attention.
Exactly.
And then he makes us wait even longer.
Exactly. But once again, we were supposed to have a value about the lesson. And there has to be enthusiasm about what the Most High is taking us through. Because that's the only thing we can control. Is how we look at the battle, how we process what the Most High is putting us through. But let's finish your point so I can get
Yes, sir. Finish that.
All right. Ecclesiasticus 17, verse 19.
Yes, sir.
Therefore, all their works are as the sun before him.
So because the Most High has this intimate relationship with us, he gave us his laws, statutes, and commandments, and he's the one that's overseeing us because we're his children. He's always paying attention to how we process what we go through. He's always paying attention to it. Read on.
And his eyes are continuously upon their ways.
And he's always watching us no matter what time frame we're in, whether we're in Ezra's time, whether we're in Christ's time frame, whether we're in the Roman time frame, whether in the Greek time frame, or American time frame. The Most High is still watching us and seeing how we process what we go through.
Mm-hmm.
And are we still going to look at him in a positive way and still have a desire to do more for him? Or we're going to detach and be angry because we got punished because we were disobedient? We can be bad children or we can be good children. It's up to us.
Okay.
Let that go.
Okay, so with that dynamic of being the good and bad child, we're going to tie it back into Ezra. Ezra once again wants to understand why we keep suffering worse than the nations. Hebrews 12 and 5. Adam, get that. Let's get you in.
Adam Shaw Shabbatah, Ban Yahawada, Ban Yasharala.
Adam, Shaw Shabbatah, Ban Yahawah, Ban Yasharala. I mentioned. What? Yahweh Hashem Shabbatah.
Yahabashim Yashabakatam. Hebrews 12 and 5.
Give me some juice, man.
And ye have forgotten the exhortation which speaketh unto you as unto children. My son, despise not thou chastening of the Most High.
He says the Most High is still dealing with us like his children, his beloved children. He says we can't despise the chastening of the Most High. The chastening of the Most High, on a national level, is the conditions of life that the Most High got us in.
Mm-hmm.
On a national level. Okay? And the Most High has national curses, national chastising, and he has individual chastising based on what's inside of us individually. Okay? Read on.
Nor faint when thou art rebuked of him.
And we can't get weak when we take these blows, because these blows are really lessons, and these blows are out of love. Read on.
For whom the Most High loveth, he chasteneth, and scourgeth every son whom he receiveth.
This is really important for us to understand, because you got to understand what was he really driving even at the time. He was dealing with the crisis that was dealing with the Hebrews and the Romans. Whom the Lord loves, he chastens. The Most High was sitting back here and allowing the Romans to get harder and harder on us because our rebellion kept getting stronger and stronger. We didn't want to see it during the time of the Romans, and we don't want to see it now. Read on.
In prison, they call that good behavior. You know, when you're on good behavior, you become a trustee. You get certain liberties. You know, you get to roam the halls a little bit. You're not locked up so often. You get a little bit more free time. You get to do more things. You get to bear more responsibilities. But when you're in there bucking the system, they put you in isolation. You gotta go into a no sunshine, 24/7 lockdown.
23 hour, yeah. God. Like I said, once again, are we teaching that as Israelites, we're supposed to be shucking and jiving in front of Esau and kissing his ass and doing everything he does and and rolling like Mr. Charlie? Are we saying that? No. What we're saying is we have to have the capability to follow the laws, statutes, commandments of the law of the Most High, keep our spiritual integrity while doing our job for Esau and doing our job well. Can we do both? Can we serve on two levels? Because when you sit back and look at the scriptures, Tobit served on two levels. Tobit kept his integrity for the Heavenly Father, and he served the King Shalmaneser of Assyria properly, to the point where Shalmaneser gave him freedom to roam from province to province, something that most Israelites didn't get a chance to do. Daniel kept his spiritual integrity, followed the laws and commandments of the Most High, and served the person, Nebuchadnezzar, the right way. And then he got elevated. Same thing with Joseph. Same thing with Nehemiah. Same thing with Ezra. Same thing with Zerubbabel. There's countless examples. How even Christ sat back, he said, rend unto Caesar's what is what? And render unto the Most High what's the Most High's. He said you got to operate with obedience on both levels. And understand that you got to serve the Most High and look at this is what this means. I have to serve the Most High, as if the Most High's got me going through things, and I have to sit back and serve my employees like the Most High's got this person over me. That's what service is. I got to obey this guy who I think might not have my best interest in mind, and I can't care about that. You know how many times I've been told from brothers and sisters that this boss is riding me? This boss got a problem with me? This boss is too much? I hear it all the time. And my answer is, well, you know what? Are you going to look at it carnally or spiritually? Are you going to sit back here and pull the Jacob and Esau card? But Esau's going to always sit back here and perpetually hate Jacob? Or are you going to sit back and say, the Most High got me with this boss? And I have to learn how to obey and be in order with this boss. Like the Most High got me going through having to serve him. Because we get the same complaints in the camp. Right? This brother's over me. He's riding me. I think he's overboard. Are you going to sit back here and look at it and take it spiritually? Or take it carnally?
Or you going to wear your Nat Turner is my hero shirt?
Huh? You're going to sit back here and just rebel.
They're going to pull you to the side like, what are you trying to say, sir?
or that picture with Huey Newton sitting on the wicker chair with the rifle out.
Yeah.
That's all you need to know, right? That's a problem. I don't like the establishment. That's what that shirt means.
Anti-government.
It's like this. With your beret. I had that shirt. I thought that was fire act. That was a fire shirt act. But you can't, we wear it to the job?
Yeah. With your boss name on it.
Yeah, exactly.
I incorporate.
But this is how he's trying to teach us. He's talking about the Most High chastening us through people. Read verse 6 again.
6. For whom the Most High loveth, he chasteneth, and scourgeth every son whom he receiveth. If ye endure chastening, Yahweh dealeth with you as with sons.
To endure chastening is to accept what the Most High is teaching you and learn the spiritual lesson behind it. Can I learn how to be obedient? Not compromise right from wrong. Not compromise your belief in the Most High. But can I still be obedient to the powers that be? Somebody give me Romans 13 and 4. This will clarify my point a lot more. I think it's 13 and 4. Matter of fact, give me verse 1 down.
Romans 13 and 1. Got it?
Yes. Romans 13:1. Let every soul be subject unto the higher power.
This is about talking about the Most High over you. I ain't talking about the powers that be that you're to be responsible for. And you have to serve. He said, every soul be subject unto the higher powers. Read on.
For there is no power but of God. Of the power.
He says there's no power. I mean, there's no authority that's placed in the position that it's placed unless it's authorized by the Heavenly Father. Read it again from the top.
Let every soul be subject unto the higher powers. For there is no power but of the Most High. The Most High.
Nope.
The powers that are Excuse
Now
me.
listen, I need you to read it, Adam. Read it.
Romans 13 and
1.
Let every soul be subject unto the higher powers, for there is no power but of Yahweh.
There is no power that's authorized on earth but of the Most High, of the Most High's will. Read on.
The powers that be or are ordained of the Most High.
The powers that be, this governor, this boss, this senator, Joe Biden. He's a bad one too. But the Most High got them there. Okay? They are ordained of the Most High, and that's how you have to look at it. Same thing with brothers in the camp. That officer that's over you, the Most High has him over you. That husband that you're under, the Most High got you. Because we can sit back, we get it when it comes to husbands and wives. You got to serve me, woman. Woman, you got to lock in. We as Most High put that together. You got to serve. But when it comes to our boss, this is an atrocity. I got to get me a new job. I got to quit this. This is ridiculous. This isn't the Most High. This isn't the Spirit. You see how we two-sided?
Yeah.
We're two-sided on that one.
Yeah.
Women got to say this. Got to lock in. You give your life up for Christ?
Oh, you
don't want to serve Christ, do you? Huh?
Yeah.
We're the same way with the boss, Mr. Charlie, riding our ass, pissing us off, not realizing that person is there to pull out your pride.
To teach us
About your pride.
spiritual lesson.
You wouldn't know you had pride unless that guy was there riding you. You wouldn't know the level of pride you got, the level of negative and resentment you got. It's the truth.
Yep.
I remember my first job, bro. Had his name. Her name was Mary Louise something. MLB.
Parker.
Yeah, I didn't like her. I used to call her Major League B. I used to call her that, right?
Wow, maybe she was just doing her job, right?
Well, you know, I didn't like the fact that everybody got to work and they got to chill and laugh and joke and have a good time. But when I went to work, I couldn't do that. I couldn't chill, laugh, and have a good time. I want to have a good time.
Everybody thinks that.
I want to have a great time. I'm at the job. I want to clean the buffet table. I got to pick up glass, and I got to clean this. And I got to see.
Nobody clean but you. Ain't nobody in the building clean but you. Ain't.
Listen, bro, they're cleaning, but they're not cleaning the same way. The first 2 weeks, I she's like a journey. I like you. You work very hard. You are a good employee. I like you.
I knew it was coming.
So I'm like, okay, good. Then you know what? You like me now? Now I'm finna do my thing. You know what I'm saying? I'm finna go in the back, have a little bit of yogurt when I want to. I'm finna still do the same job. I'm gonna do what everybody else is doing. But she held me to this standard of I gotta be a workhorse. What about everybody else? They're not workhorses. Why I gotta be the workhorse?
You're spoiler. You're spoiler. You worked hard. You worked too hard when you came in.
I came in busting my tail. I came in grinding, bro. I'm trying to get this job. People's getting nice paychecks, getting fat bonuses. That's like an upscale. It's an upscale, hotel. So I'm at the Hill Country Hyatt residence. I'm gonna get some money over here, and everybody's getting paper. But the whole issue was she wanted me to work at this impossible rate. The rate I came in wasn't impossible, but I wasn't gonna keep it forever. I was gonna keep that rate up forever. That's the whole point I want to get to. I didn't accept in myself what she taught me, which is like I learned the truth. That the Most High has his personal measure for what he expects you to do. And that what we measure, our measurement to other people and what they're doing and their rate of work activity does not measure what the Most High has for us.
Yeah. Right.
And I could not accept that. So I had to get fired. Fired. She said, I'm going to talk to you in the back.
I'm going to say this. What you're saying, very funny. But everybody says it at their job.
Yeah.
This guy gets to get away with murder. This person doesn't get written hard. This person is friends with the boss.
Yep.
So he gets to sit back here
enjoy himself.
and enjoy himself. But I'm the one he's always checking. I've heard that 1,000 times. Or you hear the boss sees me do good. Heard this from a sister. And because I do good, they throw more work on me.
Yeah.
So that they can relax.
Yep.
So they keep throwing more work on me so they can relax and they do less work. These are all lessons that not just you, but a lot of people say. But keep going.
No, but my issue was why does this person, I didn't think it was the Most High.
Yeah.
I'm like, why is the Most High got me grinding at this pace and they're chilling in the corner and they're hanging out and everybody
And they're
can see,
smiling.
Everybody can see this person's relaxed. These are people are relaxed.
Yeah.
Am I not in the in group? What's the problem? I kept getting hit. I kept getting hit and stung and hit and stung. This is your last time. This is the last time. But the whole point is, the Most High had a different level of expectation on me, and I didn't understand that. That's why that spirit was riding. I didn't get that till I was in the camp.
Yep.
I realized in the camp, even in the camp, certain men have to give more than other men.
Yep. Or it's in my head, and I still just have to operate at a high level. Because the Most High wants me to operate at a high level. Listen, we all get caught up sitting back here saying that one person gets it easier than me. Listen, we all think that, but that is just your opinion. I'm not talking about you. I'm talking about in general. We'll sit back here and you don't know what this other person's going through and what this person's responsibility is in other arenas. But if we get caught into looking at what people get away with and what I don't get away with, that's me getting mad at the Most High. Because the Most High's got me in this particular situation. Can I embrace the fact that I have to do this responsibility and stop having this? Why can't I have it easy like this person?
Measuring labor, and then the inclusion is, I don't think it's fair. Yeah. That's the end conclusion. And once I don't think it's fair comes into mind, that's my excuse to do all kind of
to look for another job, or to slow down my work. But when I slow down my work, then I get dinged. I get demerits.
Yep.
I get written up, and then I don't have a job. Then I want to say it's Esau, or I want to say it's spirits. It's spirits or Esau.
Always.
But the Bible tells you what? Read verse 1 again.
Hebrews 12 and 1.
Yep. Now, Mel, give me verse 2, because we already did verse 1.
Hebrews 12 and 2. Looking onto Yahweh.
No. Romans. I think Romans 13. I'm sorry. Romans 13 and 2.
Romans 13 and 2. Whosoever therefore resisteth the power.
Listen, like Dawiyad resisted the German woman's power.
Yeah.
She resisted the order. We all resist the order at times. We resist that boss. We resist the circumstance that we're going through. But when you're resisting that power, that person that the Most High put over you, read on.
Resisted the ordinance of the Most High.
And that's the point. Once again, this book is talking about Romans. Why do you think he was talking about the Romans? Why do you think he brought this up in the book of Romans? Con! And they were dealing with all these uprisings in Rome and complaints about how these Romans were treating the Hebrews in Rome. What do you think this was about? And he was like, listen, man, the people that's over your province, the Most High put that person over your province. All of these uprisings, the Most High's got them over you. And when you resist that provincial leader, that governor, you're going against the Heavenly Father. And that's why a lot of times when we get stuck, we're losing jobs. Then we can't get a job as good as that other one. All these things are real issues.
You got to beg for the job back. I'm going to give you a historical reference. The Sakari, as far as ancient antiquity Sakari.
Okay.
In antiquity.
You know about the ancient history.
Yeah, in ancient history. I'm not going against camps like that. I'm just going to the history, right? This is Wikipedia. This ain't no deep article. But it says, the Sakari, modern Hebrew, were a splinter group of Jewish zealots. Because we always deal with the zealots, right? The different class systems. Sadducees, Pharisees, prophets, and what? Zealots. Zealots are militants. I'm going to the militant angle because I came from that angle. Everybody.
I did too.
I came from the militant angle. I'm not gonna lie. Black Panther. I was supposed to be a Black Panther. I was supposed to be Israelite.
Yeah.
Popped up and I was a Jew. Right.
You was in the 70s. You'd have been.
I'd have been riding that.
Yeah.
But the whole issue is
listen to the 70s music too, Jack. Watch out, Jack.
You got to have
this guy
vision,
man. That's where he should have been in the 70s, man. He would have been perfect, Jack.
But it said right here, it says this Jewish splinter group, who decades preceding Jerusalem's destruction, 70 AD, strongly opposed the Roman occupation of Judea. Which I get that. We oppose.
They were anti-Rome, getting into the affairs of the Jews.
Yeah, why should we accept this? I get that thinking. It says, and attempted to expel them and their sympathizers from the area. The Sakari, called Sakari, or small daggers. So Sakari means small dagger. Why? It says they concealed small daggers in their cloaks. at public gatherings, like when there's gatherings get together, BLM protests, what we call it, right? They called out they pulled the daggers out to attack Romans and alleged Roman sympathizers alike. So when the people are mixing together, they would pull their daggers out and they would do what? Said they would stab people like this, and they just disappear in the crowd. That was their way of resisting the authority that was over them.
Now listen, don't go any further with this because I want to bring one point out. We talked about this 2 or 3 weeks ago. It was during the class that we talked about the Korban.
Yeah.
And we talked about how the Jews were taking advantage, the elites were taking advantage of the Korban money.
Yeah.
And then I pulled a story in the Josephus about how Pontius Pilate, the Spirit moved Pontius Pilate to use the Korban money to work on aqueducts. And to sit back and do some bogus aqueduct work in Jerusalem.
Blow our money.
And it inflamed the Jews. But what Pontius Pilate did is he says, I'm going to sit back here. I'm going to sit back here and set up this policy. But I need plainclothes Roman guards to be out in the public. And when the people start complaining, I want you to kick their ass. Listen, he used the Roman leaders to do the same thing these Sicaris was doing. The Sicaris was sitting back here doing plainclothes dudes with hoodies and jigging dudes and running off. Pontius had the same thing happen to all these rebellious Jews. As soon as he started seeing the resistance and sentiment, he had their goon squads wiping out the dissenters. You see, why did I bring this up? To show that for any little plot we were trying to use against the establishment, they were using those same plots to break us. Because it was ordained for the Most High for Rome to be over us. We weren't spiritual enough to accept it then. We're not spiritual enough to accept it now. You understand why I brought that correlated that? The same tactics that Sakari was using were the same tactics Pontius Pilate was using to wipe us out, to punish us for our rebellion. But that's how the Most High does us. Whatever little scheme we got to get out of our condition, the Most High ones up those schemes and brings us back to ground level, ground one. Because we're trying to outfox the Most High. We think we're outfoxing our boss. We think, a person told me that, oh yeah, I think I'm getting mistreated by my boss. I'm going to sit back and send a letter up to the higher-ups. Shit. You do that, it's going to backfire on you. Would you sit back and send that email up to their boss? Then what they're going to do is get the message and sit back here and send it back to the top person and say, this person's insubordinating you. You need to get rid of this person. So what you'll do is, we're going to bring another young person here, train her up. Yeah. And then you're training your replacement up. Yeah. That's the game. But you thought you could sit back here and outmaneuver the Most High and snitch on your boss. And they sat back here and co-aspired to get you out the damn way.
They canceled you.
Just like Pontius did to neutralize them Sakari. Use the same damn tactics that Sakari were using. Does that make sense?
So different sects of Hebrews had their different approaches to the same problem.
To rebelling against the direction the Most High had them have to go through.
But there is a right way to do it, and there are one's going to be the violent path, stabbing people and bleeding to the crowd. Other one's going to be kissing the Roman emperor's tail and trying to get deals, and then sit here and press our own people. Like in the Maccabees. We ain't got there yet, but it happened in the Maccabees.
There's 3 ways. It's doing it the Sakari way, which is stabbing and creating anarchy. Then you had your sellouts who wanted to sit back here and compromise all their belief systems to get raised up in Rome.
Your
and the third way,
your Jay-Z's, your
and the third way is just to serve the Most High, do your job, and pay your taxes, and shut the hell up and go to work. That's the third way. But the third way is lame. That ain't cool. But the movement's happening, man. You gonna let this movement pass, but the revolution will not be televised. Yeah. That's the whole mindset. But he's telling you, can you sit back here and focus on your responsibilities and let the Most High come through and do the rest? The scary part is the Most High will do the rest, but it might not be in your generation. And can we accept that? Like that generation that went to Babylon, they weren't going to see liberation. And they had to accept they weren't going to see liberation, and their children were. Hell, listen, when I was bright-eyed, bush-tailed man in my late teens, I thought Christ was coming in 2000. That's what was taught. 24 years later, I'm sitting back here like, okay, it looks very close, but it might not happen in my generation either.
Years left.
Listen, who knows? So I gotta just focus on my works and my pursuit of virtues, and however the Most High gonna do it, He gonna do it. This is the lesson. We want to take matters into our own hands and force the course of a direction when it was never in our power to do so. Mm-hmm. Give me verse 2 again in Romans.
2. Whosoever therefore resisteth the power, resisteth the ordinance of the Most High.
This is an important concept to hold on to. The Most High got that person over you that's riding your ass, that's making life uncomfortable,
Unbearable.
in your eyes. So if it's unbearable, you have to learn to be humble enough to get the lesson from it and stay in order. And then the Most High will provide and lift you up. Read on.
And they that resist shall receive to themselves damnation.
He says the ones that resist, they get damnation.
And that was Masada.
Come.
When you go to Masada.
That was the Sakari movement. Brought about damnation. Because that fueled the Romans said, we got to stomp out this threat.
We got to destroy this.
We got to stomp this threat out.
That's the spirit.
Now we're going to sit back here and lay siege to the city.
Yep.
It was those Sakari that fed it.
Yep.
There's something honorable about sitting back here and causing such a tumult that the nation has to just get eradicated out of the city because you had to prove a point. And you were just so sick and tired of being a second-class citizen. Now you're not a citizen of Jerusalem at all. You want to be a tough guy. Now, if you survive, or your children survive, they got sent to Rome and became punks for the leaders of Rome. How about that? So what good did your rebellion do? The women were sitting back here and made slaves. The young boys were made slaves. And if you were lucky, you escaped and went to Egypt.
But that was because we took the wrong
spiritual
approach.
It wasn't spiritual. We took the carnal approach.
Yeah, right. That's what I want to show right quick. Ecclesiastes in the Bible, 3 and 1 real fast. And then Ecclesiasticus 18 and 27.
So Ecclesiastes 3 and 1.
And then Ecclesiasticus 18 and 27.
Ecclesiastes 3 and 1. To everything there is a season.
The Most High said everything has a what?
Season.
What's wrong with our people? We do things out of what? We do things out of season. It don't be our time. We want to join the revolution.
Yeah.
We want to join the revolution and buck the system, but it may not be the what?
Time.
It might not be the season.
Or it may never be the season in your lifetime. How about that?
Because the problem. When it's time for Israel to fight, they don't want to fight. Mm-hmm. When it's time for them to not fight, they want to be Rambo. We're always out of order with the timing, like something wants to go into.
Yep. Read on.
In a time to every purpose under the heaven.
But who knows when it's time to do say, okay, it's time to go against these powers that are over us? Or whose call is it to say, you know what, let's sit back and wait and go to work?
Hell, Zephaniah 3 and 8 says that. Wait upon me. He'll let us know. The conditions and the Most High will let us know when it's time to do something. That's what he says.
Yep.
Well, keep going.
Go to Ecclesiastes chapter 18.
18 and what, sir?
27?
1827.
18:27.
Okay. Ecclesiastes 18.
Ecclesiasticus.
Ecclesiasticus 8, chapter 18:27.
Yep.
A wise man will fear in everything.
But a wise man will make sure that he's not doing things out of season. A wise man is always conscious of the fact that, man, I got to stay in order with the Most High. Regardless of how I feel about this injustice that's going on around me, that I see around me, I got to make sure I'm doing things according to the Most High's time frame and not on my time frame. Read.
Okay.
We got to stay on it. You got to stay on task. Come on.
Use your finger.
A wise man will fear in everything, and in the day of sinning he will beware of offense.
He said he'll be conscious that he don't make a mistake. Read on.
But a fool will not observe time.
But a fool won't pay attention to what?
Time.
He won't pay attention to time. He's out of season. So when things are uncomfortable around me, do I make the call to say I got to pull myself out of the fire? Or do I wait on the Most High to pull me out the fire? The fool will do what? The fool will change. The fool will be angry and say, you know what? We got to break away. And I can't, I gotta beat the boss down. I just gotta catch him slipping, hit him in the bakery room real quick.
Yeah.
And teach him a lesson, quit my job.
This the last time.
Yeah, this the last time. You know what I'm saying?
Why does it got to be like a 70s exploitation voice?
That's the spirit we're dealing with. But that was a dude from the south that was mad in that chicken shop.
Bro, he was tripping out. He was tripping. You know what I'm saying? But what we don't realize is we're on the Most High's time frame.
Mm-hmm.
Yeah. We don't know when it's time to say it's time to pull a revolt, or when it's time to stay in order and go to work. But it's not up to us to make that call. We got to lock into the Most High's wisdom and stay grounded with His commandments, learning how to love each other and fulfilling whatever punishment that the Most High has in store for us.
Good.
You look at them two brothers that they was from Virginia. I think they went and start knocking off cops and shooting down police and all this crazy madness.
Oh, the father and son in D.C.?
Yeah, the D.C. shooters.
Yeah.
Okay.
You know what I'm saying? Trying to create anarchy.
Yeah.
Putting rifles out of the back of trunks. Everybody had the whole city scared.
Yeah.
And you know what? The Most High didn't bless that.
Nope.
The Most High didn't bless that. But a lot of times our people, they're so out of season because they're so emotional that they make the wrong moves at the wrong time, and the Most High still stings us as a nation.
Y'all pull this verse real quick?
Come on.
Let's go to Zephaniah 3 and 8. Every black man's dream is to operate like the spook that came across the door.
The spook that sat at the door.
The spook that sat at the door. Every black man want to do that.
Yeah.
It's this black ragtag group of guys that sit back here and break down the establishment and got the cops all shook out. Everybody likes that concept out. But what does the Most High say about the end and how the wicked of this world are going to get dealt with? Read Zephaniah 3 and 8. Adam.
Therefore wait ye upon me, saith the Most High, until the day that I rise up to the prey.
He says, the Most High says, I want to sit back here and whip up on the prey first. You ain't getting first licks. How dare you sit back here and try to get first licks before I get my blood first?
Wow.
He's like, you're trying to sit back here and speed up what I already going to have cooking.
Force my hand.
Stop forcing my hand. I'm going to get them when I want to get them, and I get them first. Read on. He's going to tell you how you know it's that time. Read on.
For my determination is to gather the nations.
I'm going to sit back here and gather these nations together in this war. In a global damn war. And you see it happening. I just saw on YouTube how France and Russia, they're a couple weeks away from going to war one-on-one with each other. Bro, when that goes, France is the first European nation to kick in, then the rest are kicking in. France, listen, there's images of where the French troops are. They're like maybe a couple battalions away. Russia's blowing through these Ukrainian lines. French have set up their own lines. A couple of cities and towns and provinces behind. Once they get past these next Ukrainian lines, it's man-to-man, nation for nation, Russia's against these Frenchies. It's on. It's another escalation of World War III. And then once French comes in and they get their you-know-what's kicked, then they're going to have to bring another set of enforcements. Whether it's the British, the Polish, the Polacks, or the Germans. There's going to be another wave coming in. Then some more waves coming in. They said the Polish right now only have like 200,000 soldiers. Russia got 1 million. That's battle ready. They have 1 million has been going through 3 or 4 month rotations. They're good. They're battle tested. The Polish got 200. The Ukrainians have lost around 700,000 men. And that's not a lot. They've lost around 600,000 to 700,000.
A lot of them are unaccounted for.
Yeah, well, yeah.
Because a lot of them have been taken prisoners.
Deserters. Prisoners and deserters.
They've been taken prisoner for hostage exchange situations.
Done. But 700,000 are out. Listen, they have gone through their third set of armies. They're on fumes. That's why French have to come in. Their military isn't that strong. All these nations talk about conscription. They're talking about the Germans like we got to get 900,000 men ASAP, and they're not even close to it. The only way to do it, they got to start having people do armies where they do drafts. We got to do drafts in Germany. We got to do drafts in England. This is how every world war has started. Every World War I and II started with war in Europe, and it trickled down to where? The United States. It's happening the same way. The Most High said his determination is to bring all these nations together. What do you think's happening? Listen, Russia's got 1 million strong. They're pulling in China. China's getting closer to Russia because the United States is threatening to take Taiwan.
And
China's already sending them weaponry.
And North Korea just paid a visit to Russia.
Well, that too. But you know what Putin says? So listen, you guys keep sitting doing some Drake battle on me, 20 verse 1. I'm going to sit back here and have to send weapons to North Korea. They are threatening to send intercontinental ballistic ICBM missiles to North Korea and to damn what was it?
Belarus.
No.
Belarus
got nukes.
They got them already.
No, Belarus got nukes.
Iran?
They sent nukes and Iran. We're going to sit back and send ICBMs to Iran and North Korea. If y'all keep sitting back here and extending us out like this, then we're going to send all heavy hitting shit. The funny thing is, if they send those Iskanders missiles, the Kinzhal missiles, they send them, they have not shot down a Kinzhal missile yet. They can't be, they're too fast. And all their missile defenses can't catch it. They can't hit it. So if they send their advanced weaponry to Iran and North Korea, it's on.
Man, both of them guys are trigger happy. That's
the point. They itching. They itching to sit back here and use something that can't be blockaded. Russia's threatening, you guys want to sit back here and box us in the corner? We're going to box y'all in the corner. This is what's happening now. It's just slowly happening. And all you do is you listen to all these speeches that these leaders are telling you. Everything's gearing up for all the nations to come against each other. So the Most High is like, stop sitting back here in our low-level minds thinking we can sit back here and start riots in the hood and think that's going to change the geopolitical structure of what's happening in this world. Yeah, the Most High is dealing with heads of nations. He's dealing with the heads and minds of leaders around the world. Go to Proverbs 21:1 to prove that. Proverbs 21:1.
Proverbs 21:1. The king's heart is in the hand of the Most High.
So that means the Most High is in Putin's head. The Most High is in Lukashenko's head, with the president of Belarus. The Most High is in Macron's head in France, president of France. The Most High is in Biden's head. Whatever little brain he got left. Listen. It's not much left, bro. It's not much left. This guy is like pooping at like damn governmental offices in speeches and stuff. He's having problems.
They don't even want to do no debates with him, no live debates.
Listen. You know what they gotta do? They say that they shoot him up with like these adrenaline.
Cocaine. I was like,
It's not cocaine. It's adrenaline. They give him adrenaline shots before his speeches, so we got some juice in his conversations.
Like a horse in a horse race.
You got 15 minutes. Hit it. I'm serious. What I hear they do. They give him adrenaline shots out. So they can give him a little boost.
You gotta have an IV before he speaks.
He got IV out. You got IV and an energy boost, a B12 shot out. You got something out.
Red Bull out.
You get him something out. But whether it's Olaf Scholz in Germany, all these world leaders, the Most High is working on their minds. This is the truth.
His way.
His way. So he says, I'm working on these minds to sit back here and critic Xi Jinping in China. I'm working on all these guys' mind. What's his name? The president of Israel, Netanyahu. I'm on this guy's mind.
Yep.
And I'm creating all of these conflicts to create this global war down the line. So read verse 8 again in Zephaniah.
Zephaniah
3 and 8.
Therefore, wait ye upon me, saith the Most High, until the day that I rise up to the prey.
The prey are these nations that have been exploiting the real prey, which is our people and the poor of the earth. These nations are the Most High's prey. And he's setting them up for this final battle. Read on.
Showdown, man.
For my determination is to gather the nations.
How does he gather nations? He gathers nations for war. His determination is to gather all these nations together for war. Read on.
That I may assemble the kingdoms, to pour upon them my indignation.
He's going to bring them together. They're going to first wipe themselves out. And they're going to lose millions and millions of people in war. I'm going to say it again. There's around 600 to 700 dead Ukrainians, and it's safe to say it's around 200,000 dead Russians. That's already damn near 1 million dead people, and they're just getting started. We're just getting started. When this thing escalates, and Russia does transcription, and they have 3 and 4 and 5 million soldiers, they can easily get 5 million soldiers. You know that, right? Easily.
China already got like a 2 million man army.
Well, and that's just the start. That's before transcription. Listen, the Brits might get 1 million.
North Korea got a 1 million man army.
Listen, and that's just getting started. Russia got like 36 to 40 million people in the country. If they really got to lock it down, 5 million is nothing.
And that might be
Because they're fighting for their life. They're fighting for their life. They're going to destroy Russia into, depending on the pundit you talk to, 4 to 20 different provinces of the country.
That's their goal.
They're fighting for their lives. They're not going to go down. They're going to go down swinging. So you got 36 million plus in Russia. Listen, the death toll is going to get in the millions. Easily. Just like World War I and World War II. So the Most High's intention is to gather all these nations together and annihilate themselves in war. Then he's going to come and finish them off. We're not getting the glory. So we don't get the glory for overtaking Esau. Who the hell we think we are? We don't deserve no glory. We don't deserve glory. What have we done to earn the gratification of saying, our wisdom, we gonna take down Esau. We took down Esau, brother. What the hell no? We want that ego and pride and thinking we did something.
We fist fought the man out.
Please,
God,
we think we're damn what's that guy? Rudy Ray Moore. We sitting back here and kicking the white man's ass with these horrible karate moves. I don't know if y'all saw him, my Dolomite eye.
You rat soup eating jive sucker pigs.
Yeah.
And come out there
and the guy can't even lift his leg above his stomach,
Yeah.
and he's knocking him out with one punch kick. So get out of here,
Yeah, he started to slap. He said, you know, business born, rat soup eating, low down, dirty mother.
Shut your mouth.
Yeah,
and he said, pow, pow,
Yeah.
pow.
The fake
Everybody
karate
like, yeah, he got the man. He got him. That's what everybody wants, We're not getting that gratification. Rat soup eating that.
Yeah, he always say, you know, business born. Like, you're not a good businessman. He say, you know, business born, low down, dirty, rat soup eating mother.
It's hilarious, but that's every black man's dream. That's every black man's dream, to stick it to the man,
Yeah.
Well, like, listen, just stay your ass in the States. Stay away from the army and stay away from the draft. And let me bring all these Edomites to die in Europe. That's what he's saying. Let's stop getting all patriotic like Jake did during Red Tails days. We want to get us some German. No, shut the hell up and get your ass back in the States and go in the hood and wait till I sit back here and put these nations in order. We can go fight and die for the white man too. What are you doing? Get your ass back. Stop trying to be this tough guy.
I came back to this.
Get out of here, bro.
Yes,
you weren't supposed to go out there.
You did come back to
Anyway.
this.
Listen, what's the point? Mosiah is going to bring all these nations together. They're going to get wiped out. He's getting the glory. We're going to be in the States, and he'll bring us out when it's time. He's actually doing us a solid. We're not having the war start in the States.
I'm trying to get you to be Christmas addicts, son. Stop being.
What good was that? You're the textbook. The first
I'm the
nigga
first
died
nigga died.
in the Boston Massacre. He died. He got. He's like, I'm dead. Like, what's going on here? Right? You see the picture, like, bleeding.
It's the Americans versus the Brits, and the black man died first.
So he was this captain talking to Mozart. He was talking to most junk guy.
Come on, bro.
Anyway,
Thanks for the job, man.
So listen, let's read verse 8 again. I guess Zephaniah.
8 from the top. Therefore, wait ye
You want to be a
upon me.
Confederate soldier. You want to be a Confederate soldier.
Yeah.
Make no sense.
You got a uniform. Let's keep reading verse 8 out.
That Gloria.
Yeah.
Therefore, wait ye upon me, saith the Most High, until the day that I rise up to the prey. For my determination is to gather the nations, that I may assemble the kingdoms, to pour upon them mine indignation, even all my fierce anger, for all the earth shall be devoured with the fire of my jealousy.
He's like, I'm going to do all this, and then I'll bring you guys together. Read verse 9.
For then will I turn to the people a pure language, that they may all call upon the name of the Most High, to serve him with one consent.
He says, once I wipe out the elites and the nations, then you're going to come back to me and serve me. Throughout that entire process, you don't read about us getting nothing, no licks in that.
Doing kung fu.
We weren't supposed to get no licks in.
Throwing rocks. Busting 9mm.
Sit back here and stop shooting like this sideways.
You don't
that ain't
big
gonna work,
white
guy.
man like this. Come on.
And you're going back, pop, 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 pop. Get
You
out of here,
can't punch it with the gun. Because you really want to. It's not going to happen.
Listen,
That's stupid.
he's actually looking after us. It's not gonna work out well for us. We're not trained. Come on, So we don't have stockhold. We don't have like loads of bullets and ammo. We don't have that. He's looking after us. So let that go and go back to Romans chapter 13.
We want to accept is that we're
We're on the bottom of the totem pole, bro. And the thing about this, if you look at it big picture, even Ezra's complaining why we're in the bottom. You know, he's like, I am leaving you guys at the bottom
for a reason.
so you can stay out the way. First of all, because you're wicked and you don't deserve to be on top. But two, I'm letting all these nations who are on top that I know are wicked, I'm gonna bring them together and wipe them out in one full swoop.
He's
right?
playing chess. Most
But that's the point.
Chess.
Let me get them all in one spot and wipe them out. I gotta run around here all these countries and sit back here and chase Moab and chase Esau and chase Ham. I'm gonna get all these guys in one spot and finish this damn thing off.
And that's brewing in Egypt, in
Con.
Israel.
I'm gonna get them all in Europe and in Israel. Because everybody in Ishmael's gonna be fighting in one spot. All the East gonna be fighting up in Europe. I'm gonna wipe them out. Then I'll come back and get my people. That's it. So, Romans 13 and verse 3.
For the rulers are not a terror to good works.
Well, once again, if the rulers aren't a terror to good works, then what are they a terror to?
But to the evil.
That means if my boss is riding me, it's something I'm not doing right.
Right.
If the powers that be are on my tail, it's something I'm not doing right. And this is how we have to learn to think in all aspects of our life. If my job's not working right, if my husband's not pleased with me, can I look inwardly and realize, hey, whether it's what I'm doing in my eyes for the Most High, everything you're doing, you have to look at in the lens of the Most High's got you going through spiritual battles. Either it's going to be in the realm of working with your brother, or you're out here in the world, the Most High still got the powers that be over you that you're responsible to be in order to please Him. We think, because it's an Edomite, I don't got to be in order with God dealing with this Edomite. Because it's a nation, I don't have to sit back here and still be honorable and in order. And actually, you got to be in order in every arena that the Most High got you in.
We haven't accepted that we're still the curses.
Yeah.
And that the Most High, what He does when you're Israelite, He lightens the curses. He just simply lightens them up.
But He only lightens it based on your obedience.
There you go.
Just like historically. Daniel was a slave. He was castrated.
It's the worst.
He obeyed and got promoted with greater responsibility. The greats served the greatest. They served the Most High, and they served the powers that be. Read on.
Wilt thou then not be afraid of the power?
What he's saying is, do you got to be like step and fetch it in front of your boss?
Nope.
Or do you have to just sit back here and be respectful? Step and fetch it, just look it up. Watch a YouTube clip.
You're like Marlon Wayne's act.
Well, for the 20s and 30s, it's way worse than Marlon Wayne's act.
It's worse than that.
He was way worse than that. But he's not saying be afraid like that. He's just saying have respect.
Mm-hmm.
Have respect for the authority the Most High put over you.
He wasn't saying be a bootlicker.
Con. Because we want to sit back here and say, we sucking up to this man. We sucking up to him. No, stop. Do we got to get so extreme? Can you just be in order and do what you're told and lock in and be a team player at the job that you got to be a team player? Now, if they want you to eat pork and be all this wicked dude, then no.
Nope.
That's when you sit back and hold your ground and watch the Most High come through for you. But you got to know when to sit back and have integrity and when to sit back and eat crow and do your job. Read on.
Do that which is good, and thou shalt have praise of the same.
And you'll get praise for doing your job and being in order with the powers and authority the Most High put over you. Everybody wants to get blessed, but we don't want to serve. We want to pick and choose who we want to serve. Yeah.
You know, if a person would go to work and work for the Most High instead of for his boss, he would never get in trouble.
That's the point. But working for the Most High is the acknowledgement that the boss, Most High put that boss over you. That's working for the Most High. But the problem is this, we don't look at it that way. We look at it, I'm working for the Most High, but forget this boss. Well, the Most High put that boss over you. So you got to look at him with a different lens. He put that boss over you. So that means you got to adjust to his temperament, adjust to his pace, adjust to how he does things. And that's what we don't want to do.
Which should make you're learning a spiritual lesson to that authority figure.
Yes.
Because if you can adjust this person's ups and downs, you can go home to your other boss, which is your spiritual boss, which is your husband, and adjust to his his ebbs and flows and his
Temperament. That's the point.
That's the lesson. And if you're a man, okay, if I can adjust the temperament of this guy right here, then when I'm dealing with camp scenarios, I can adjust the different temperaments of the different officers or men that require different things out of my life.
And in my personal life. If I can adjust in an arena I'm not comfortable adjusting with here, then I can adjust in more things in my life. I can be a better servant in general to the Heavenly Father. I can be of greater use to Him.
Yeah.
Let's continue.
Wilt thou then not be afraid of the power? Do that which is good, and thou shalt have praise of the same.
Read on.
For he is the minister of the Most High, to thee for good. But if thou do that which is evil, be afraid. For he beareth not the sword in vain.
He's still saying if you don't obey the powers that be over you, be afraid because you're going to start getting stung. This is why we get stung at the job. Listen, we get stung at the job either because it's the boss or that we get tired of the work the boss got us going through. Right? It's still the fact that you're just disobedient and you don't want to adjust to the conditions the Most High got you under. You can keep changing jobs all you want. It's going to still make the conditions hard. You still got to serve. You still got to obey. You still got to be in order. And can you accept that that's part of the deal? Read on.
But if thou do that which is evil, be afraid. For he beareth not the sword in vain. For he is the minister of the Most High, a revenger to execute wrath upon him that doeth evil.
The Most High knows how to keep us in check. He puts crazy bosses in front of us with the intention of purging that sin in us, purging that evil in us, purging that rebellion in us. The Most High got us all in the trick bag. You can be at the job on the northeast side. You can have a job on the northwest side. You can have a job on the north side. You have a job in downtown. It don't matter. That the Most High is going to have you get hired by a boss that's going to purge that crap out of you or give you an opportunity for that crap to get purged out of you. Can you accept that? If you can, you'll get promoted, you'll get blessed, and possibly given an opportunity for a better job. But people think I can get a forward advancement by getting past difficult leaders that I don't connect with. In order to get elevated and get better jobs and better opportunities, you have to properly serve the individual that's in front of you. Then the Most High will send you a better opportunity, whether it's with that job or another job. That's how you do it. Yeah, you got to properly serve before your promotion. A lot of us will sit back here. There'll be a boss here. We don't like that boss. We'll go somewhere. So we'll get a lateral job or a lesser job and then think it's better and then be in the same circumstance where you got to obey. If you would have obeyed here and learned the lesson, you would have got elevated versus demoted to a lesser kid.
Yep.
Because every time there's a boss here, you leave, you don't get a better job leaving this boss. Not if you're disobedient and don't get the understanding of it. Get the lesson, learn the virtue, the Most High will pull you up. The scripture tells you that even when it talks about the wedding. When there's a wedding, don't go to the highest seat. Have somebody bring you up. Start from the bottom, be willing to serve, take the lowest seat, and you'll get promoted by the Most High.
Yep.
What does that mean? Be humble. Be humble, be willing to follow, and then the Most High will pull you where He wants you to pull based on your level of humility.
Yep.
That's looking at things spiritually.
Job chapter 12.
Evidence. At the bottom. No, you want Zechariah. Put it in Zechariah.
Start at verse 13.
Job 12:13. With him is wisdom and strength.
What does that mean? What does that mean that with the Most High there's wisdom and strength? What does that mean?
If you follow the Most High, you will receive wisdom and strength.
Yeah.
If you're doing what He wants you to do.
Things will work out in your favor. He's going to explain it. Read on.
He hath counsel and understanding.
He said he has counsel and understanding. Read on.
Behold, he breaketh down.
He does what?
He breaketh down.
So if a situation is too hard for you to bear, who will tear that situation down or make the door open for you? The Most High will. He said he break it down. Read on.
And it cannot be built again.
And what the Most High tears down, if the Most High said, okay, man, I'm going to tear that down, he said it cannot be what?
Built again.
It cannot be built again. When you look at Sodom and Gomorrah, the Most High brought fire and brimstone upon Sodom and Gomorrah. Today, commercial developers are trying to build apartment complexes where Sodom and Gomorrah was. And they keep abandoning the projects of building apartment complexes on where Sodom and Gomorrah was because the ground keeps becoming unstable and the sand keeps falling down. It creates these dunes to where you can't put a solid concrete foundation on where Sodom and Gomorrah used to be. It's shifting. But also there's brimstone and under it also, so there's sulfur deposits still there where if you still light them with a match, they'll still catch on fire.
Yep.
But that's what I'm saying. But it's a beach right there, so they want to put people. Yeah, they want to put people close to the water.
That's crazy.
Beachfront property.
Yeah, but they can't do nothing with it because the ground is so unstable. They keep throwing money at it, and then they finally just said, "Forget it. We just can't build here," because the Most High said what?
It's going to always be a memorial of that wicked group.
Yeah. Read.
He
Verse
shut up-
14.
from the top.
Mhm.
Behold, he breaketh down, and it cannot be built again.
So no matter what these developers keep trying to do, is Sodom and Gomorrah is not to be built up again. He said that place gonna burn forever. So that place is no good. Nothing there can be inhabited ever again. Read on.
He shutteth up a man.
And when he says he does what?
He shutteth up a man.
And the Most High said when the Most High want to close the door, you can go to school, you can get educated, you can be the best at your job, and if they decide to bring somebody over you, that's the Most High putting His hand over you. And if they decide to say, nah, you know what, we chose somebody else that we thought be a better fit. Who's the one that shut a man's opportunities up? The Most High closed them doors.
Yep.
He's the one that step in and say, you know what, man, I've tried my damn best to do everything right on this job, and they still keep overlooking me. Well, the Most High said what? He does what?
He shutteth up a man.
The Most High close a man's opportunities down. Read on. But on the flip side, read.
And there can be no opening.
It said, and there can be no opening. So no matter what you do, no matter how hard you try, you look at that sister that did. She worked at a fast food restaurant for 43 years. Either Burger King or Wendy's.
Okay.
She did 43 years. And they gave her some candy.
Damn.
A handful of candy for going 43 years without missing a day.
That's crazy, bro.
She didn't miss a day of work for 43 years, and they gave her a handful of candy.
It's gonna make her sick.
Yeah.
So she'll miss work.
That was for retirement.
Oh,
That was
that's
for
horrible, bro.
That was for retirement.
Man,
That much dedication,
that's tough.
and you
bro.
get a handful of candy. It's all over the internet.
Mm.
That's what you get.
What company was that?
It was either Burger King or it was a fast food joint. A handful
You
of
said
candy.
40 years, bro?
43 years, or something like that. No, never missed a day.
Ooh.
And they reward you with a handful of candy. Now you could keep that candy. But he's showing you the Most High said he's the one that'll put a block on your situation.
God,
Read on.
Behold, he withholdeth the waters.
The waters are nourishment. The waters are what you need for survival. The Most High will hold back your blessings. If you're not right with him, he'll close doors that you thought that you could open up through your pride. The Most High said he'll hold back the waters. Read on.
Also, he sendeth
And he
them
said, and they dry up.
and they dry up.
Go ahead.
Also, he sendeth them out, and they overturn the earth.
Go ahead.
With him is strength and wisdom.
That's what that means with the Most High, strength and wisdom. The Most High controls the narrative of your daily blessings. Whether your doors get opened up, the Most High said, no, you've been ignoring me. I'm going to shut down some of your opportunities. Or if you've been paying attention to me, I'm going to open up the floodgates. And I'm going to let you be blessed. What man don't understand is that the Most High controls the narrative. We don't control the narrative. That's why it says with the Most High is wisdom and strength. He controls and dictates our circumstances. We think we do. We're actually powerless.
God, bro. So let's go back. Let's finish up Romans 13. And then we're going to go to Hebrews. And I don't know how much time we'll have left after that, but that's fine. It's 13 and I think 5 or 4.
I would want to do 4.
Let's do 4.
Romans 13 and 4. For he is the minister of the Most High to thee for good.
Mm-hmm.
But if thou do that which is evil, be afraid. For he beareth not the sword in vain. For he is the minister of Yahweh, a revenger to execute wrath upon him that doeth evil. Wherefore ye must needs be subject.
What he's saying is he works for the Most High.
God. The Proverbs 21:1 says he's in the mind of the king. So wherever the mind is of that head, Most High got that person thinking the way he's thinking to bring something out of you. Listen, Scripture says the deceived and the deceiver are his. He controls both sides of the spectrum. But let's keep going.
Wherefore ye must needs be subject, not only for wrath, but also for conscience.
He says you're supposed to sit back here and be subject to this person over you, not only because you don't want the wrath of the Most High to come down on you, but you're also supposed to be subject because you need to learn how to have a better outlook towards the people that are over you in life. Because a lot of us have a problem with following anybody. A lot of us operate like fatherless children who've never learned how to subject themselves to order and servitude and humility. We're going to go into Nehemiah in a couple weeks, and this blew me away. That Nehemiah was the cupbearer of Artaxerxes, the king. And Nehemiah was high up there because to be a cupbearer, you had to be like a great man and respected. You had to be on your job. But he got news about the conditions of Israel from the Susan palace. And he was dejected about the conditions that Israel was in. And he took that sadness to the job. So while Artaxerxes and them was enjoying their meal, he noticed that Nehemiah was down. And it said in the scriptures pretty much, and I'm paraphrasing, he could have lost his life.
Yeah, it could have been his life.
Because he was dejected at the king's table. Now, I want y'all to make sure you understand this. You couldn't be sad around the king. So if you can't be sad around the king, imagine if the king told you something you didn't want to hear and you gave him an attitude. You was dead. So understand the level of servitude we had to commit ourselves to back then with the leaders over us.
And
then look at us now. Because pretty much back in those, I'm going to answer your question. Nehemiah and them couldn't. If I'm sad, I'm bringing the whole vibe down. How dare you bring the king's vibe down? You're killing the festive time. Either you fix this, and then the first thing Artaxerxes asks is everything all right, man? You're not happy with your place here?
You got a problem?
Listen. And he's like, no, my lord. I love it. But then he started going into the condition of the people and everything worked out for him. But I'm not worried about that. I'm talking about the fact that you couldn't even be sad and go to work.
Let alone, if you look at the Egyptians, in the Egyptian time period, who was in jail with Joseph? The baker.
The baker.
Oh, he doesn't bake food. What happened to him?
He must have made a soggy cake out. He made a soggy cake. Listen,
this is not delicious. Like, think about how we feel when they make us a bad burger. Right? Think about how we feel when we're in line. We get a burger that don't have
the burger's not cut in half.
But you ain't cut in half for me. Or I asked for mayonnaise. I didn't get no mayonnaise.
The icing must have been nasty.
But if you didn't do your job to a specific degree,
yeah,
you went to jail.
You're in the pokey because I made a bad. The cake didn't rise properly.
Yeah.
But listen, that's one thing. I'm bringing out. If you were sad, you can get killed.
Huh?
If you was bringing the vibe of the king shit down, you got to go.
Kill the party. Man.
So that is the level of what servitude we had to bring to the table back then. Look at us now. We sucking our teeth and talking back to the boss, getting in late as hell,
fighting the boss, bro.
Fighting the boss, talking shit, going back and forth, clowning the boss with your boy. That's what we are now.
Toilet paper in his house.
You know what that means? Yeah, that too.
Yeah.
But listen, I'm gonna say this. You know what that means?
People do it.
We're bad workers. We're bad servants, Zach. We are. Any person you can find, you're gonna talk about the boss and how they're not keeping up their end of the bargain. They're bad examples. This is this and this and this and this.
Jordan was going hard on Jerry Crash. Dude got on the bus out.
No, that wasn't Jordan. That was Pippen. He was clowning him every time on the bus side because he was mad he didn't give him a new deal out. Anyway, point is, what am I saying? We're horrible bosses. We're horrible with some employees, and we're horrible servants. Because back in the day, you was going to die if you just were unhappy. If you didn't whistle while you was working, you was getting killed. That's you got to fake the hell out of it. I can't whistle like. You got to be smiling and happy.
Shucking and jiving.
You better shuck it. And it better not be fake. You better be for real. You
better be convincing.
Yeah, you better convince, or you will die. That's what servants had to do back then.
You got to go watch The Butler.
Hell yeah. Forrest Whitaker.
Forrest Whitaker.
Listen, you better sit back here and suck it up. Why am I bringing that up? We are nothing compared to what we were back in those days. At all. And we have a lot of work to do. Okay? Let's go back into Romans 13. 6. Give me verse 5 again.
Wherefore ye must needs be subject, not only for wrath, but also for conscience sake.
Listen, so every experience that we have with these bosses and these superiors, this is a lesson about your outlook. And we have to learn to clean up our outlook towards these authority figures. Read on.
For this cause pay ye tribute also.
He's also talking about, listen, half the reason that the Sicarii were sitting back here and killing government officials and sitting back here and killing the ones who are quote unquote siding with Rome, because we didn't like those taxes. They were complaining about the taxes imposed by the Roman Empire. We were complaining about the taxes the Greeks were imposing on us. We didn't want to sit back here and be under that financial burden. And every time we complain about the taxes, they kept raising the taxes. to keep putting pressure on us. What was the lesson? Stop complaining about the conditions that God got on you. He says you got to pay your tribute also. Stop running from your debt. Stop running from the responsibility the Most High got over you. Read on.
For ye are Yahweh's ministers.
What do we hear all the time? We're complaining about taxes. We're complaining about the inflation. Right? And inflation is bad. Inflation is bad. And it's getting worse. So do I understand how that times are getting hard? Yes. But you also got to understand the Most High God is here. This is where the world is going, and we need to learn how to have faith. Instead of complaining about the condition, the lesson is to have more faith and to trust Him once they're going to pull us through this. You see, there's the carnal, angry, and complaining spirit we take, or we need to learn how to have more faith and cleave more to Him. Because these conditions are real. But our people were carnal in how we were dealing with the tributes that the Romans were putting over us. Read on. And once again, this isn't about right and wrong. We want to get caught up in semantics. The Romans were wrong with this. They was wrong. Listen, man. That's above all what? Pay grade, huh?
And control.
Whether the boss is right or wrong, or he or she's putting more work on me than I think I deserve, that's not the point. You're going to sit back here and burn yourself out stressing out about that. What you can control is your obedience to the Heavenly Father, and you're conscious to the fact that this entire experience I have to spend spiritually. That's what it is for your conscious sake. I got to look at this from a spiritual set of eyes versus complaining about the details about how I know I'm right. Whether you're right or wrong, you are a servant. Read on.
Crooked officer.
I always talk about that.
Yeah.
I always go back. Listen, yes, officers are crooked, but also officers are putting gang members and drug dealers in jail.
Yeah.
Right? I'm just on the corner. I ain't doing nothing. The rocks is right across the way. You know what you're
You
doing.
didn't see in my hands though. It ain't in my hands.
Listen, you put the rock. You put the rocks under a rock.
I do not touch dope. I am not you joke.
Come on, man.
All right, bro. Okay, bro. You didn't touch it, so you didn't do it.
And then all the videos, they're sitting back here slinging rocks, and they see the cop, whoop whoop, and they running, and they drop all the 40 ounces, and they just keep running. Like, come on, man, what are you doing?
That's called loitering.
Anyway, let's keep reading. Read verse 7, man. No, verse 6.
For this cause pay ye tribute also, for they are Yahweh's ministers.
Listen, that means he's saying the Romans that were collecting taxes are the Most High's ministers. That means IRS is the Most High's minister.
Oh,
How
man.
about that?
Oh man.
How about that? He said the Roman leaders that were imposing taxes was the Most High's ministers. That's what kept us humble.
Because the scripture said, "You shall be put money into a bag with holes."
We're not making this up, people. He said the people that were in charge of tribute, which is the Romans, are the Most High's ministers. Read on.
Attending continually upon this very
Because you know, there's two things that are consistent in life: is death and taxes. Right? He says continually you're going to have this pressure on you. But if you have faith, you'll get through it. Focusing on how wrong it is and how illegal taxes are, you're wasting your time.
Mitt Romney don't pay no tax.
That's what Jake always said. Don't sit back and say how things are unjust. The whole world is unjust, bro. But let's keep going.
Render therefore to all their dues.
Render to all the dues. Submit. Read on.
Tribute to whom tribute is due.
Give tribute to who tribute is due. Pay taxes to where taxes are due. Read on.
Custom to whom custom.
Meaning, if this is your custom, I'm going to adjust to your custom. I don't got to break laws, but I got to respect the custom and the vibe and the culture that this job expects from me. Right? There is a culture and a system that Esau has that you have to adhere to. You can sit back here and be a tough guy all you want. Now, are we supposed to break laws? No. You got to keep the laws and respect their custom at the same time. Read on.
Fear to whom fear.
Respect to whom you have to respect. Read on.
Honor to whom honor.
Exactly. Stop sitting back here and being stingy on who you submit to. Only person I serve is God. Only God can judge me. Well, you better sit back here and realize God got that person over you too, and this person over you too, and this person over you too. So you better honor and respect the individuals the Most High got over you. We can see it when it comes to a child and a father relationship, a mother-daughter relationship. We can see it for husband and wife, but we can't see it in any other aspect of life. That's because we only see things that benefit us.
And we didn't pay attention. If I can get this, Judges chapter 2, verse 20. We didn't pay attention in the Old Testament what the Most High has been trying to tell us from the beginning of time. We're just reiterating it in Romans. Mm-hmm. Read that.
In the anger of the Most High was hot against Israel.
And so the Most High, this is the situation. The Most High gets angry at Israel. Read on.
And he said, because that this people hath transgressed my covenant.
Because we break his commandments. Read on.
Which I commanded their fathers, have not hearkened unto my voice.
They don't listen to my voice. Mm-hmm. They don't keep the contract. Read on.
What verse is this again?
Judges chapter 2, verse 20.
Okay, cool.
Read on.
I also will not henceforth drive out any from before them.
He says, I won't henceforth drive out what?
Any from before them of the nations, which Joshua left when he died.
So why did the Most High leave the other nations on the earth and not let them be completely wiped out? Read on.
That through them I may prove Israel.
It says that through those nations that you call your boss, that you call the man, that in Romans is calling the powers that be. The Most High said that through those nations, that's why he said, I'm going to use them as a instrument of chastisement. I'm going to use them as an instrument of punishment. He says, I'm not going to wipe out all. The Most High could have killed all the other nations and just left us on earth. He said, but he didn't do that. He said, because we made the Most High angry, so he had to leave a belt hanging on the wall.
A belt, and if you're not going to serve me, you're going to serve these rules. You're going to serve me indirectly. You don't want to serve me and follow my laws and commandments, you're going to serve me from this boss that's riding your ass. You're going to serve me from this teacher that's not letting you let up on nothing. This coach, this person, this circumstance. You're going to serve me, whether it's directly or indirectly. That's how the Most High is letting us know. Does that make sense? You're going to bend the knee directly or indirectly. And you know how you serve the Most High? The Most High pulls you out of your pace. Because every one of us, if it was up to us, we serve the Most High at the house. I'm going to sit back here on my pace and keep it. I'm going to do this, I'm going to do that, I'm going to do this, I'm going to orchestrate this and plan this. And on my pace, I'm going to take my time. The Most High has that boss bring you out of your pace. Right? The complaint is that I got to speed up. I don't like speeding up. That's what servitude is. Speeding the hell up. You can't be in this little brisk jog. It's one thing, you ever notice you try to run distance and you run on your own, it's okay. But you got to follow a person's pace. You're all jacked up out. Your breathing gets all jacked up. You can't stay under control because this guy's a little faster than you. This guy's pace is blowing you out the water. You got to keep up. Then all of a sudden you start losing it. You start losing control of your breathing. And you lose your whole focus. You end up stopping. Because the lesson is the Most High brings somebody in front of you that keeps you pushing past your pace. And we hate that. He'll use the nations and the people above us to keep us out of our comfort level. So,
read on.
Whether they will keep the way of the Most High, to walk therein.
He says, so the Most High used nations to keep us in check. Read on.
As their fathers did keep it, or not.
Read on down. Finish it up.
Therefore, the Most High left those nations.
He said, therefore, the Most High did not wipe away the other nations. That's why there's still Romans, there's Greeks, there's the white man, there's the Chinaman, there's the Arab man, there's the Elamite man, the Most High, the Persian man, the Russian man. The Most High left all these other nations just to keep us in check. Read on.
Without driving them out hastily.
Go ahead.
Neither delivered them into the hand of Joshua.
So he's showing you why the nations are still around. The Most High left the nations for what purpose? What verse you on?
That was it.
23, right? That's in the 23. So he's explaining that the Most High left those nations to keep us in check.
Yep.
He left a belt hanging on the wall so that when we get out of order, he got a man that'll crack a whip And they call it the cat of nine tails. That damn whip would have the steel ball bearings with hooks on the end of it.
Really?
That would touch your flesh and rip out all the little meat you had on your back. All that little, the fat back. All the, that little extra meat you got on your back, on your rib. All the rib meat come off when he hit you with that cat of nine tails. Man. But you know what? The Most High left that there for who? For us.
Yep.
So we can complain about the evil boss, the evil man, the evil cop, the evil judge, the wicked prosecutors, the judge. We can complain all day, but why are they there? They're there because of our disobedience. And that's why the Most High set them there. So why complain about them? Why not just get in order with the Father? We can simplify it and all be in order, and guess what? The wicked disappear. The rulers disappear. He said rulers are not a terror to good works. They disappear. You're not paranoid about cops unless you're breaking laws. Because you have no reason to fear. But that's our people. Everybody talk about how Rodney King got beat, but he was evading the cops. They caught it on camera. He took a 4-cop baton, 100 and something licks, whooping, broken bones, crushed skulls. But they don't say that he was evading the law. He put him in that chase mode. You can't put a cop in chase mode. That's what I remember getting pulled over in Florida, and the cop was like, you went through the weigh station. You didn't stop at the weigh station. I said, I didn't know I had to stop at an agricultural weigh station. I'm not shipping no fruit and vegetables. He said, you got a truck, you got to stop. I said, okay, I didn't know that. He said, what you got in the truck? I said, open it up. You can take a look for yourself. I didn't give him no reason to get agitated. And then somebody blew
and
like...
you knew his intentions were to mess with you.
I knew it. This guy, and so another person drove by at like 140. He had my locks and my stuff on his hood. He jumped in the car with all my stuff on his hood and drove off. I had to pick up my stuff off the highway because he was amped up about being in pursuit.
Yeah, he likes that.
He likes that thrill of pursuit. That hunter nature.
Yeah.
I didn't give him
Red Bulls in his car. He was hyped, Doc.
Yeah, this dude was hyped up, man. He didn't finish the search. He just left me on the side of the road.
He want to go fast like
that. You know what I'm saying? He's like the Dukes of Hazzard. He was like Dukes of Hazzard.
Yeah, that's what I'm saying.
Brother, he just skirted off. I had to pick up my stuff off the road. But why? Because he wants to be in that chase mode. You can't provoke that spirit in them. But if you agitate them, the Most High got them set aside to agitate you when you out of order.
Listen, and are they wicked? Yes. It's not a question of wicked and righteousness. We know they're wicked.
Yep.
They were created to do their job. Why are we mad that they're doing what they were created to do?
Huh?
The question is, why is this guy that's created to do evil around me? Why is he around me? Because if I believe in the Bible, if I'm doing right, that guy won't be around me. And he won't be giving me the kind of problems I'm getting. Right? Listen, it's not about if it's fair that he's doing evil to me. He's doing evil. He's a bad guy. Why is the Lord letting this bad guy be around me in my life? Maybe there's some evil in me. Aha! There's some evil in me that's got to get purged out and revealed by this bad person that we know is obviously evil. What we don't want to see is there's evil in me.
The pressurized boss. The boss that's always putting more pressure on you.
Maybe you need more pressure. Maybe one of your weaknesses is that you can't handle pressure properly. We don't look at things that way. Maybe I need to learn how to handle and be a better multitasker. Maybe I'm poor at multitasking. Maybe I'm poor at organizing.
Focusing
and staying on task. Maybe those are issues. But no, I want to spin it crooked officer, man. These crooks, they're so off. They're so off. We just don't know, and we don't learn, nor do we practice examining yourself, whether ye be in the faith. We don't practice it. And we don't align ourselves with counselors that are honest about what our problems are. We always do what Rehoboam did. We talk to our peers that are going to agree with us. versus talking to people that can tell us the truth. We do it in the camp all the time. But do brothers really sit back here and go to the person that's going to tell them the truth about themselves, or do they go to the person that's going to side with them? We do it all the time. We go with the person that's going to agree with us.
Easy counsel.
Versus going to go to the person that's going to say, man, yeah, you got to fix this. Because we want to be right. Anyway, you got any more of that? Let's go back to Romans. We got to finish this verse. Give me Romans 13 and 7. Then we're going to go to Hebrews 2. Romans 13 and 7.
Render therefore to all their dues. Tribute to whom tribute is due. Custom to whom custom. Fear to whom fear. Honor to whom honor.
Read on.
Owe no man anything.
So what is verse 13 saying? This verse 13 tells us to stop that Yaquab spirit. For those of us who know from back in the day what Yaquab is, hustling and stealing don't count if it's Esau. Okay. That was taught in the 90s. Stealing don't count if you're robbing from Esau.
Right.
Listen, it's okay to rob from the white man. Just don't rob from your people. Some of that Robin Hood shit I hear. That's what it's teaching that. The Most High said, listen, oh no man nothing. Why get in the habit of picking and choosing who you want to hustle? Who you want to take advantage of? I can take advantage of this person, but not this person. I can take advantage of this person, but not this person. You got to use wisdom, man. You got to use wisdom. That was the thinking. He said, oh no man nothing. That means don't be in debt to no man from defrauding them and taking advantage of them and using them. That's not right. But we wonder why negative comes back to us. Read on.
Owe no man anything, but to love one another.
We're supposed to love one another. That's what you owe. To give people respect. Most High said, if it be so, be at peace with what? All men. Read on.
For he that loveth another hath fulfilled the Torah.
Listen, you fulfilled the law. You fulfilled the law if you understand that it's about love. And it's not about selfishness and that stony heart. It's going to explain more in verse 9.
For this, thou shalt not commit adultery.
So now he's going to run down the law. Yeah, you're supposed to follow the law. Read on.
Thou shalt not kill. Thou shalt not steal. Thou shalt not bear false witness. Thou shalt not covet. And if there be any other commandment, it is briefly comprehended in this saying.
He says, outside of the 10 commandments, if there's any other specificity of the law that comes up, read on.
Namely, thou shalt love thy neighbor as thyself.
If you learn to master loving your neighbor as yourself, I'm more focused on how my conduct affects the people around me versus how another person's conduct affects me. This verse, this loving your neighbor as yourself, directly attacks that stony heart that Ecclesiastes 17 and 2 Ezra 3 talks about. Read on.
Love worketh no ill to his neighbor.
Okay, so listen, I'm not supposed to sit back and practice doing ill to my people nor the nations. Learn to have respect to everybody you come across in life and obey the powers that be that are ordained over you. Read on.
Therefore, love is the fulfilling of the law.
He's telling you in a nutshell, if I learn to love the people around me, I will follow all the specifics of the law because the law was put together to teach us how to work with one another and see the best in one another. That's what this was about. Okay. That's all I want from that verse. Now jump to Hebrews 12. Let's go to Hebrews 12 and verse, let's go back to 5. We're going to read from verse 5 to 11 because it's still, once again, I'm going to read this verse real quick in Ezra's just so that we're not losing track of what this entire topic was about. 2 Ezra 3 and 28, it says, Are their deeds any better than they that inhabit Babylon, that they should therefore have the dominion over Zion? So the question is, why are these Babylonians? And as we know through history, the Persian and Medes, the Greeks, the Romans, and everybody else has been on top of us. Are they that much more righteous than us? The answer is no. But we're in the situation we're in because he's chastising us like sons. Read on. Verse 5 in Hebrews.
And ye have forgotten the exhortation which speaketh unto you as unto children. My son, despise not thou chastening of the Most High.
The point is, stop being angry that the Most High is chastening us. Stop taking out our frustrations on the nations. Stop taking out our frustrations on our bosses and the people over us. Stop operating in the spirit of hate and resentment. And understand that the chastisement and the hardening and the difficulties of our circumstances is to keep us humble. And it's an acknowledgement that the Most High truly loves you. And that He's nourishing us different than the nations because He nourishes us with discipline. Read on.
Nor faint when thou art rebuked of him.
Mm-hmm.
For whom the Most High loveth, He chasteneth.
Okay.
And scourgeth every son whom He receiveth.
Mm-hmm.
If ye endure chastening, Yahweh dealeth with you as with sons.
So He says, if you can endure the chastening, that means you're enduring His nourishment. And if you're enduring His nourishment, that means you are truly earning the right to be a son. But half the time we can't even get to this point because we can't accept that the chastening is love. We can understand when we're correcting our kids, it's love. But we can't see the hardness and difficulties that we experience in our life is the Most High teaching us that He loves us. And He's not going to let us skip steps. He's not going to let us cut corners. We have to learn to go through that straight, narrow gate. And He's not going to let us get away with it. If He loves you, if you love your children, you let your child cut corners? No. You let your child do things the easy way? If you love them, you'll sit back and make them do it the hard way because there'll be lessons they'll never forget down the line. Read on.
Verse 2 on that. Ecclesiastes 8 and 2 in the Bible. And that what like Ezra says, he's complaining about the Babylonians. Like they're not better than us, but are their deeds better than are the Babylonians' deeds more righteous than ours? But what does the Most High say?
I counsel thee.
They said in Ecclesiastes 8 and 2, He says, I counsel thee to do what?
To keep the king's commandment.
What is the Bible saying? He said, I counsel you. The Bible tells us it's the Most High's counsel to keep the what?
King's commandment.
We have to keep the king's commandment.
Not just Solomon, right?
Yeah, I know, right?
It's not just Solomon. It's all leaders. We keep going.
He said to keep the king's commandment. Read on.
In regard of the oath of the Most High.
Because the Most High is in control of the situation. Because you're going to do it because the Most High put the king over you. Read on.
Be not hasty to go out of the sight.
Don't be so quick to get away from what the king tells you to do. We always try to find a loophole to get out of doing something that a superior has told us to do.
Yeah, all the time.
Whether we feel like the person that's telling us to do it is invalid, or we say, you know what, well, I can see flaw in the king, or what the king's making me do make no sense. This don't make no sense. There's a better way to do this.
Yeah.
So he says, be not hasty to do what?
To go out of the sight.
Read on.
Stand not in an evil thing.
He said, but the evil thing is that evil mentality when you're in the presence of a king and you don't want to follow instructions. You don't want to be obedient because you have a preference of how things should be done. Read on.
For he doeth whatsoever pleaseth him.
He said, for the king, do whatever he wants. And the Most High got it set up that way. Read on.
For the word of a king there is power.
Go ahead.
And who may say unto him,
and who is able to tell a king that the Most High put over them, what?
What doest thou?
What you doing?
Why are you doing this? It don't make no sense.
You going to check the king? The Most High put the king over you. Or the Most High put your boss over you. So you going to check your boss?
Yes.
or you gonna report? Or you gonna report over? Our answer is to go over that person, or we'll go over the authority.
Yeah,
we'll go to a higher authority.
Let me talk to your manager.
That's what we do.
Let me talk to your supervisor.
And we think we're justified.
Well, I'm gonna write a letter to the CEO.
Yeah. That's what we do. These are tactics we literally do. But you got it.
That's
I'm
it.
traveling. I'm a sovereign citizen.
Let's go back to Hebrew 12.
Hebrews chapter 12.
And this is verse 7, right?
7.
Mm-hmm.
If ye endure chastening, God dealeth with you as with sons.
Listen, whether the chastening is coming from your boss, or it's coming from a brother in the camp, however the Most High is chastening you, can you accept it? And can you learn to see the lesson in it? And if you learn to see the lesson in it, then the Most High can work with you as a son. But he can't work with you as a son if you're not willing to see that the Most High is putting his hand on you because he's teaching you something. Once again, this is what Ezra couldn't see at the time. Ezra is completely hyper-focused on the suffering and the diminished state of the Hebrew. But even Ezra is missing the fact that it wasn't about the diminished state. The diminished state was necessary for our ears to turn up, for the antennas to pop up, for us to start listening. Now, the problem is because we were bad servants, the antennas never really came up because we just were bitter off of the servitude. We didn't take the time to digest the affliction as the Most High was teaching us something. What's up?
I was going to say, it's just maybe it might make it more clear, but once you lose sovereignty, you become a citizen of another nation. Now, in our own land, we were not good citizens in our own land. We're not ethical citizens in our own land. So now that you're in another jurisdiction under the authority of another nation, the requirement is the same. You were supposed to be an ethical citizen in Israel, and you're supposed to be an ethical citizen no matter where you go. Wherever you go, under whatever jurisdiction or government regime that you're under, you're required to be an ethical citizen and maintain the law of the Most High.
Mm-hmm.
So he's teaching us the social dynamic of I'm not supposed to be this out of order citizen or this unethical citizen in another nation's jurisdiction, and I'm not supposed to be an unethical citizen when I have my own sovereignty. It translates on both sides of the coin. I'm required to be consistent across the board. If I'm in Israel and I'm under Solomon or under this king, I gotta be an ethical citizen. If I'm over here, I'm under some Romans or some Greeks or some Persians or some Babylonians or some Moabites, I'm still required to be an ethical citizen on both sides of the coin because the Most High is looking at my conduct.
Mm-hmm.
It's about conduct on both sides. He's not just to find inordinate conduct because you're under a nation.
Because the Most High tells you that in Ecclesiasticus, because the people in position of power overstep their bounds and take advantage of people, he moves them out of the way too. But the thing is this, listen, the person who's in charge doesn't have the right to do wrong to the people on the bottom, but that doesn't mean that the person on the bottom has the right to be out of order. The Most High is in charge of both. The deceiver and the deceived are in his power. What does that mean? The person that's on top doing the negative, the Most High is controlling them. The person on the bottom that's getting exploited, the Most High is in control of them. The person that's being exploited on the bottom has to still stay in order and wait till the Most High removes the person on the top out of the way. Do we accept that though? Can we accept that this person that's on top is negative, but the Most High is going to remove them? And I can't insert myself to remove myself out of a situation where I have to learn a spiritual lesson.
And a historical expression of that point is when Israel went to Egypt, and the Most High said, "Do not go to Egypt." Israel did anyway, and the Most High sent the nations to Egypt to kick Egypt's tail.
That was Babylon. That was when the Babylonians conquered us. We were told to rebuild in Israel instead of sitting back here and going for comfort in Egypt. We didn't listen, and the Babylonians came down to the funny thing is, the Babylonians didn't conquer the entire country of Egypt. They conquered the country of Egypt that was east of the Nile. And guess where we were at?
East. Oh, no, he went to the east side.
Listen, so we went to the east side for comfort, and the Babylonians just took that portion over and then went back home.
That was the Most High.
That was the Most High all the way.
But also, on both sides, because we don't have the authority to buck against the system of the nations that the Most High put us under.
Mm-hmm.
Neither is he saying, because I don't want you fighting against these nations because I'm controlling these nations as your leaders. That doesn't mean also that you partake in the pleasures and the lust and that the other nations provide you as well.
That's a
That
major
doesn't
point.
mean that you do all the Mardi Gras festivals and you make sure you collect all the beads because that's what the nations do.
I'm being a good citizen.
That doesn't mean that
No.
you participate in all the Halloween parties that you can find because that's what the nations do. That doesn't mean you set up all the St. Patrick's Day and drink
Kiss me, I'm
I'm Irish shirts and pinching each other because we ain't wearing green and drinking green beer.
Exactly.
That doesn't mean that because the Most High is saying stay in order that you go all the way left and become a pothead or weed head or a vape fiend
Yep.
because this is what
Popcorn lung king,
popcorn lung, because this is what the nations do. That doesn't mean you become a Marlboro man and packing cigarettes all day long.
And this is why we explained there was 3 ways you handle this. You're going to sit back here and be all the way compliant to the world and not keep your integrity. Can't do that. You can't just be this super Jew and sit back here and cut off everybody in the world and not serve the powers that be. You have to have a responsibility to serve the Most High and serve the powers that be. That's that third choice. We want to be one or the other. It's not one or the other. Let's not be extreme. Can we walk and chew gum at the same time? A lot of times our actions show we can't. We can't be godly and be obedient to the powers that be in the world. We lack that skill. We want to play slave master and sit back here and look at the boss as a slave master. Stop looking at things like that. We need to grow up. You got more on that? Let's go back to Hebrews 12. Give me verse 8 now. No, finish verse 7. We didn't finish verse 7.
If ye endure chastening, Yahweh dealeth with you as with sons. For what son is he whom the Father chasteneth not? But if ye be without chastisement,
But if you don't want to sit back here and embrace the correction and the lessons the Most High's got for you, read on.
But if ye be without chastisement, whereof all are partakers, then are ye bastards, and not sons.
You want to listen. We have to understand. He's treating us like sons, and in treating us like sons, he's going to correct us every step in the way so we can get the lesson. And if we keep rejecting the lessons, then he's going to treat us like bastards. But if he treats us like bastards, read Hebrews 10 and 26.
Hebrews 10 and 26. For if we sin willfully after that, we have received the knowledge of the truth.
So after we get the knowledge and we keep sinning and we don't listen to the message and we keep being hard-headed, then what ends up happening?
There remaineth no more sacrifice for sins.
So you know what that also means? No more sacrifice for sins. Now you're a bastard. Now you're on your own. You want to sit back here and not listen to the correction and the way the Most High guides you? He's going to turn his back on you and just let you fall to your own sins.
Where's
to
God?
your own weakness.
Where's the Lord?
And now you're really getting your ass kicked out in the world. Now you're crying for the Most High, but the Most High was right there correcting you every step in the way, and you don't like that kind of God. You don't like that God, the God that corrects and nourishes you with discipline. But that's the God that we were chosen to have. Can we accept that? And if you don't, he'll treat you like a bastard. That bastard child, he lets that dude do whatever he wants to do. If he falls, he falls. I don't care. You don't want to be that kid.
If he dies, he dies.
If he dies, he dies. Let him sit back here and take the fork and mess around with the damn power cord.
Wow.
I don't give a shit what happens to him. He don't listen to me anyway. Let him learn the hard way. You see that picture either my kids would have with that Curious George and he's dead with the bottle of ether next to him. I don't know if y'all saw that, but the point is, this is what the Most High is saying. If you want to sit back here and be a bastard, try to not listen, then you're going to learn shit the hard way and fall with the consequence of it. And I'm not having no pity over it. You don't want to be that guy. Okay? So let's continue. Let's go back to Hebrews 12 and verse 8.
But if ye be without chastisement, whereof all are partakers, then are ye bastards, and not sons.
Read on.
Furthermore, we have had fathers of our flesh, which corrected us, and we gave them reverence.
We learned and we understood how to respect fathers that corrected us. We can see that the Father actually loved us, so we can respect the correction and the discipline. Read on.
Shall we not much rather be in subjection unto the Father of spirits and live?
He's like, why can't we see that our Father in heaven, who's nourishing us with discipline, loves us the same? And why can't we accept that we're in these difficult conditions because he's trying to teach us lessons? Why can't we just figure this out? That the correction and the difficulties is love. Read on.
For they verily, for a few days, chastened us after their own pleasure.
Worldly parents will chastise you because you didn't sit back and give them the remote fast enough. He's Most High sitting back here chastening us for our own spiritual good. Read on.
But he for our profit, that we might be partakers of his holiness.
So we need to stop fighting the direction the Most High is taking us. Stop asking why that this person in this circumstance is so difficult in our life, and just learn to obey and see the good in the lesson. Read on.
Now, no chastening for the present seemeth to be joyous.
It does. No checking and chastisement and nourishment through discipline really feels good. Read on.
But grievous. Nevertheless, afterward it yieldeth the peaceable fruit of righteousness unto them which are exercised thereby.
Listen, if you learn to get past the initial discomfort, the lesson behind it, you can literally grow from it. If we learn how to follow that boss, follow that order, follow that restraint, learn how to be humble in these different arenas, it doesn't feel, we learn how to operate beyond our pace.
In all arenas.
It doesn't feel good now, but down the line you'll learn a lesson and you'll grow from it.
If you could accept what it is. He said, when he says, you have forgotten the exhortation that the Most High speaketh unto you as unto sons. What he said is, we forgot how the Most High talks to his sons. Now, he says he uses a chastisement, or he nourished with discipline, as a means to speak to you. But the word exhortation, or the word exhort, means to incite or motivate to action. So there's a certain way that the Most High has to apply the right amount of pressure from the right amount of individuals around you that gets you to get off your tail, or to get you to do a good deed. What we do is we get stale. We grow stale, and we grow fixated on our comfort level, and we think that we've done enough. So what does the Most High do to talk to us or speak to us, to incite or motivate us to do good deeds? He has to bring more discipline. He has to bring the hammer down on you. He has to bring more chastisement down on you to get you to do good deeds. Otherwise, we wouldn't because we got a stony heart. We wouldn't perform good deeds. You can't perform good deeds with a stony heart.
Yep.
So how does the Most High get you to do good? He's got to whoop you. We get mad at the whooping and the instrument that the Most High uses to whoop us. The instrument is the nations. We get mad at how the Most High has to go back about getting us to do good deeds. If you leave it up to us, we'll be even no good for ourselves, let alone for a whole nation, for our nation. A man is not even doesn't do enough good for himself. He won't even do himself good. What do we do all day? Sleep, drink, smoke, party, hang out, find something to get into, hit a lick, party, and then put that on repeat. It'll all be a cycle of vices. And how do I seek my pleasure and my comfort? Or how do I chase some money so I can have some money to afford my comfort and my vices?
That's all it is.
And then we'll put that cycle on repeat. We won't do no real good deeds. You won't do nothing past a vicious cycle of self-destruction. So what does the Most High got to do to motivate or inspire our people? He got to bring some type of chastisement down, and you shouldn't complain about the chastisement. How does the Most High institute a work ethic? He got to create a boss that's a high-strung boss that puts a lot of pressure on you so that he can demand more out of you. Otherwise, you wouldn't demand nothing out of yourself. We wouldn't, if it wasn't for poverty, because the Most High used poverty too to wake us up. Yep. That poverty, sometimes poverty is the only way that get us motivated. I'm tired of being broke.
Yep. But he's trying to get us to use the proper spiritual motivation. This is why it's so important to read the Bible. Because we need to learn what type of motivations to use to get ourselves out of the decrepit state we're at. We sit back here and hustle and scheme and plot to get out of our situation. versus realizing that operating spiritually and doing things spiritually and ethically correctly is how the Most High will pull us out of the situation we're in. This is why it's so important that we learn the scriptures.
Yep. Because either we'll either try to numb ourselves with some type of vice.
Yep.
To cope with whatever we're dealing with, or we'll try to pursue a desperate measure and go the illegal route. Because you talk to criminals, that's what they say. Man, I ain't had no choice. My back was against the wall.
Yep.
You know what I'm saying?
I didn't have a silver spoon in my mouth when I was born.
A man's got to do what a man's got to do, or you're gonna go the desperate route. You go the legal route, or you're gonna numb yourself. And you're gonna say, and you're gonna say, I had no other choice. I had no other choices. We do have choices. The choices is follow the commandments, learn to love each other, and invest into the things that we don't find valuable, which is tolerance for each other, patience for each other, having more compassion to one another, being more merciful for one another, having more long suffering, using more meekness. All those virtues that Awar mentioned earlier is what we're supposed to be using with each other on a daily basis, and then the Most High will step in and provide all of our needs. Then we don't have to worry about it.
Let's get a couple more verses real quick. Let's go to Jeremiah 18 and verse 5 through 10. Because what we're going to do now, I got some more we could go on this other end, but we'll be endless verses on this accountability side. I want to make sure that we show, it still goes back to the questions about these nations. And the question is, how long are they going to be in power? It's not fair that they're in power for so long. So why is it that we're getting stung so hard and they get this carte blanche for an extended period of time? Do they have carte blanche for an extended period of time? Let's go in the scriptures. Jeremiah 18, verse 5 through 10. And then we're going to also do 2 Maccabees. Matter of fact, Jeremiah 4, 46 and 28 also. Okay, so give me the first one.
Then the word of the Most High came to me, saying, O house of Israel, cannot I do with you as this potter? Saith the Most High. Behold, as the clay is in the potter's hand, so are ye in mine hand, O house of Israel.
So he's like, I'm going to do what I want to do with y'all. And stop complaining about how I'm making this pot. I'm going to make this pot how I want to make it. So stop complaining how I'm molding you. And that's our big issue. We complain about how the Most High molds us. He says, stop complaining about how he's putting us together. Read on.
At what instant I shall speak concerning a nation, and concerning a kingdom, to pluck up, and to pull down, and to destroy it.
He says, listen, with these nations, I'm going to sit back and pluck them up and choose them, pull them down and destroy them as I please. He's still saying, stop tripping on how I put y'all together, and stop inquiring about how I sit back here and determine what nation gets their opportunity to be in power. Read on.
If that nation against whom I have pronounced turn from their evil, I will repent of the evil that I thought to do unto them.
He says, listen, this is no different than with the Assyrian Empire. Before the Assyrian Empire ascended to the top of the world and challenged the Jews, what happened? Remember Jonah? Nineveh. They sat back and repented from their sin, and then guess what happened? He elevated them to be the next superpower. They were the nation that was in power before the Babylonians. For those of y'all who don't know. But they ascended to elite status on earth after they were humble enough to admit to the Most High that they needed to change to him. And once the Assyrians were humbled, they elevated to the top, and then they fell, and he removed them. This is how he operates. Read on.
And at what instant I shall speak concerning a nation.
And when he said at what instant, meaning look how fast,
Mm-hmm.
look how quick. The Most High says he'll deal with the nations.
Okay. Continue.
And concerning a kingdom, to build and to plant it.
So he's still saying, I'm the potter. And what instance I decide to sit back and have mercy on them, it's based upon whatever expectations I have, knowing what their limitations are. He saw these Assyrians. He saw their limitations. He saw humility despite their idolatry, and gave them a shot. Then he's like, now determine who I want to sit back and build up and plant. Read on.
If it do evil in my sight,
These people, once I elevate them, once they've shown me humility and I elevate them, if they start showing pride, read on.
that it obey not my voice, then I will repent of the good. Wherewith said I would benefit.
He's
them.
like, listen, he has a different set of rules for these nations. If they show humility, I'll rise them up. If they start doing evil and their pride kicks in, then I'm going to repent from the elevated status that I give them. And I'm going to take them out.
Yep.
Read on.
In 11. Now therefore go, speak to the men of Judah, and to the
Now that's all I want from there. It's just explaining that that with humility he'll rise them up. If these nations have pride, he'll take them down. Now give me Jeremiah 46 and 28.
Jeremiah 46 and 28. Fear thou not, O Jacob, my servant, saith the Most High, for I am with thee. For I will make a full end of all the nations, whether I have driven thee.
He says, listen, don't worry about, I'm with you. I'm going to sit back here and get rid of these nations. And they're going to all have a course they have to run. And when they run their course, I'm going to get rid of them. Read on.
But I will not make a full end of thee, but correct thee in measure.
What he's saying in chapter 46 and 28 is, he lets a nation and a kingdom have a definite start, and a definite ending, and then he moves on from that chapter of this world. Then he'll give another nation a definite start and a definite ending and move on. He lets the nations run the course they have to run until he's ready to move on from them.
And when you take this class in school, it's called world history.
Come on.
That's what we're reading about in the Bible right now.
The Babylonians had a 70-year stint. The Assyrians had a shorter stint. Then you sit back here, the Persians had a 200-year stint, and they were no longer on top. The Greeks had a 200-plus year stint. So did the Romans. And he replaced them and moved on. He let them run their course and move on. But with us, he says he corrects us in measure. So when we start being rebellious, he corrects us and stops us immediately. So that's another reason why our reign was very short. Because instead of sitting back here and sinning to the point where he's going to do away with us, he gonna check us before he's just sick and tired of us. He gonna break us before his anger is so high, he turns his back on us completely. So he'll let us go 40, 50 years as a nation doing negative. And he's like, enough's enough. They got to get stunk. I'm not going to completely destroy you like I let these nations just get destroyed. After the damn Mongols or Genghis Khan them had their run, did they ever matter again? Nope. He ain't thinking about these cats no more. Let these Mongols run their course, and I'm done with them. Let these nations run their course, and I'm done with us. 40 years, I'm going to sting you. I'm going to give you a chance to come back after 70. 30 years of wickedness, I'm going to let you run. Are you off? I'm going to sting you hard. That's how he dealt with us. Look at the time of the judges. When we was on top 40 years, we were down 40 years. On top 40 years, down 80. On top 40, 50, down 60. But every time we got back right, he gave us a chance to come back up. That's how he dealt with us. Okay?
And we've been in this captivity for 400 years.
But we're still going to have this opportunity to get up out.
Yep.
Where these nations, they have their run and they're just going to be subservient until the end.
The Most High is playing real life Minecraft with the world.
But he's checking us. But he has enough love with us to check us progressively so our sin doesn't get so out of hand that we can't make it right. Okay? Are we finished with verse 28?
You just have the latter half.
Yeah, keep going.
Yet will I not leave thee wholly unpunished.
Mm-hmm. Now, so he's going to still correct us, but he's going to correct us in measure, and it's going to be less than what we deserve to get. Let that go and go to 2 Maccabees chapter 6, verse 12 through 16.
Second Maccabees chapter 6 and verse 12.
Mm-hmm.
Now I beseech those that read this book, that they be not discouraged for these commandments.
Because you know what? That's the first thing Anybody that's rational, that's an Israelite, is going to see all the suffering that the Jews went through, whether it's in the Maccabees with the that woman and her 7 children getting burned alive. That's a very discouraging story to read. But the Most High is like, don't get discouraged over the constant losses and the afflictions that our people are going through.
You got that book. You got that book. Book of Lynching.
Yeah.
I don't know if, but I know we haven't brought it out yet. But that book gives you full details about the lynching stories and how we were hung up, whether we were hung up and left until the crows picked our eyeballs out and our tongues out, and they left us hanging and stinking on a string, or whether they hung 12-year-old kids. Like it's a whole. I mean, it's graphic when you dive into the details of the atrocities that the blacks, Hispanics, and Native Americans have endured. It burned alive. You know, all that's it's tragic. It is discouraging when you read. That's why when we watch movies like Roots, you get angry. Mm-hmm. You get mad when you watch 12 Years a Slave.
Kinda.
When you watch these whooping scenes or you watch Amistad. Yeah, you get mad, man. It starts to prick your heart. Mm-hmm. But you get angry, you want to do something.
Yep.
But the Most High saying,
movie Middle Passage was messed up.
I haven't seen that one.
It was an HBO movie. It was in the 90s. That was one of the worst ones. It wasn't like I don't even think it was like any words in it. I got it at the house. It was messed up.
That's when they threw him in lie.
It was lie, and you will see the scene where they're defecating from the top bunk, and it's just bouncing on level to level out, and you just see it out. And they're just like, and it's just going down to the next level. It's pee and urine. It's just the worst. And they're getting sprayed with salt water, bro. And it's just, golly, it was just a bad movie.
You watch these movies, man. You get sentimental.
And then you want blood. Then you want payback. Then you want vengeance. So believe me, listen, when I'm sitting back here and talking the sentiment I talk, I didn't have this when I first came in. I had a lot of anger that was in me. Seeing the atrocities of what I've seen, and just in history. I'm not gonna act like I saw all this super stuff in the world, but listen, I understand why we're angry. So I want you guys to understand that I didn't come into this with this demeanor that we have now, but you learn and you read these scriptures and you realize what it is, man. And we got to see it for what it is so we can get the lesson.
It's the judgment of the Most High.
And you got to accept that.
We have to say it's the Most High's judgment, and we have to get the spiritual lesson behind the Most High's judgment. They don't take away from the fact that what they did was wrong, and the Most High will allow, in time, them to get punished for their actions.
They're going to get theirs.
But we're the sons of the Most High, therefore the priority is our education.
Because our anger gets in the way of the spiritual lesson the Most High is teaching us.
That's why it keeps curbing the reasoning behind that I got to get back.
And that's why you got to curb the anger in you so you can actually get the lesson so you can fix what's inside of you so you can get rewarded for that. So let's keep going on this verse.
But that they judge those punishments not to be for destruction, but for a chastening of our nation.
Just like we're talking. Read on.
For it is a token of this great goodness, when wicked doers are not suffered any long time, but forthwith punished.
Mm-hmm.
For not as with other nations, whom the Most High patiently forbeareth to punish, till they become to the fullness of their sins, so dealeth he with us.
Listen, read verse 14 again.
For not as with other nations, whom the Most High patiently forbeareth to punish, till they become to the fullness of their sins.
So this is what he does with the nations. He lets the nations run to the fullness of their sins, to where there's no turning back. Meaning, they've done so much wickedness, the only answer is destruction. This is what he protects us from. He doesn't let us go so far in our wickedness that there's no turning back. So he incrementally checks us so that we don't go so far left that there's no turning back.
And so it's showing that wickedness has a threshold.
Kinda.
So there's a certain threshold that once a nation has reached a certain level of sickness,
then it's time to wipe them out.
Whether it be Sodom and Gomorrah, whether it be
certain movements with letters in them.
Yeah, all the alphabet crew.
Yep.
When all these different agendas is going on, when a nation reaches a threshold of wickedness, the Most High just completely crushes and removes that nation out of power.
That stench rise up to heaven.
Yep.
That stench rise up so high. He's like, okay, now it's so bad that I'm just going to take them off the board.
And
But we're sitting back here as we're suffering for these generations. Like, why isn't the Most High avenging us? Because avenging us now and protecting us in the 60s and the 50s and the 40s, they didn't sit back here and reach the fullness of their wickedness.
Yep.
The United States was still a God-fearing country while they was lynching Jake. Right or wrong?
Consider a quote-unquote Judeo-Christian ethical nation.
So listen, they still hadn't been completely switched in their spiritual philosophy about life.
Where the Bible's outlawed now out of schools. There's no more prayer in school. Now it's becoming more debased and unethical. But that's as they start removing those ethics out of their society, they're increasing their sin, and they're coming to the full height and measure of their sin.
So you look at it from the Most High's perspective. In the 30s and 40s, they had a hatred towards us, but they had a conscience towards the Father to a certain degree. So I gotta let these guys run to where they've totally turned their back on me completely. Then I'm gonna get them, and I'm gonna take them off the playing field completely. That's his thinking. But we're suffering, but partially we're suffering because of their hatred, and we're suffering because of our wickedness. Right? This is how you have to properly rationalize it so that we can keep our head on serving the Most High and out of that hatred that cripples us.
Mad black man.
That cripples us and doesn't allow us to move forward in life. Read on.
So dealeth he with us.
Read on.
Lest that, being come to the height of sin, afterwards he should take vengeance of us.
He's like, listen, he doesn't do us like this. Because if he lets us go every day without checking us, we'll get to the height of our sin. They don't have to do away with us. But because he loves us and he wants to preserve us to the end, he got to keep checking us for every little thing we do. That's why we keep staying at the bottom, because we keep sinning, we keep making the same mistakes, generation after generation after generation after generation. He got to keep stinging us for all the mistakes in order to keep us in position to get the kingdom at the end. Because if not, he lets us run our course like the nations run their course. There's no turning back. And the bill is too high to pay off. Does that make sense? Yeah. This is why we're on the bottom of the totem pole, because he got to keep stinging us for every little thing we do. And the nations don't get stung for everything they do, because he's going to let them run their course for these 250 years of this Anglo-American dominance. And now, once they're done, I'm finished with them. That is the thinking. That is why it looks like they're getting away with murder, and we're getting stung for every little thing we do. Because he loves us like a son, and he ain't going to let us sit back here and just go unchecked. And now the streets own him. Or he's in jail. So I'm going to keep stinging him to keep him from jail. These nations, let him run off. And then when it's time, I'm going to do away with them.
Because that's what he called the difference between a son and a bastard.
That's the point.
True.
That's why we're explaining it this way. So you can see the difference in how he treats these nations. He lets them run their course. And then when their stench of negative is so high, I will eradicate them. But not you. I'm going to be harder on you every day because I love you and I'm trying to salvage you to the end time. Read on.
And therefore, he never withdreweth his mercy from us.
But he gave us correction. He gave us a lot of damn doses of correction, but the mercy was there. Read on.
And though he punished with adversity, yet doth he never forsake his people.
I hope we understand that. I hope it came out clearly what we're trying to express there. And let's finish up in 2nd Ezra, chapter 3. We're going to finish these last few verses up, so at least we can get something accomplished today. At least you read this chapter off. So give me verse 29. We're going to read from verse 29 to 35. We're just going to run through it. Or 29 to 36.
2nd Ezra 6:29.
2nd Ezra, chapter 3, verse 29.
For when I came thither and had seen impieties without number, then my soul saw many evildoers in this 30th year.
Ezra saw a bunch of evildoers in Babylon. Read on.
So that my heart failed me. For I have seen how thou sufferest them sinning, and hast spared wicked doers, and hast destroyed thy people, and hast preserved thine enemies, and hast not signified it.
Do you understand now that Ezra's issue is explained clearly in 2 Maccabees 6 and 12 through 18 or 16? How he's like, he'll let these Babylonians run their course and then cut them off. Listen, hold this just to prove that. I want to go to Daniel chapter 5, verse 22 through 28. Daniel chapter 5, verse 22 to 28. This is literally at the end of the Babylonian Empire, with the last king or the leader of the country. His name was Belshazzar. And it's literally, they're sitting back here at the banquet hall, chilling and smiling, and taking some of the ornaments that they had seized from the temple. And that was the straw that broke the camel's back. They were taking the ornaments from that his granddad confiscated, which was Nebuchadnezzar, and they're sitting back here and celebrating to their victories and their achievements. Okay, so read verse 22, Daniel's.
And though his son, O Belteshazzar, hast not humbled thine heart, though thou knewest all this.
So what he's saying is, I jump right to the point. He's like, Belshazzar, you knew the history of your father. You knew the history of his relationship with the Most High, how when he was in order, he was raised up, and when he was proud, he was made into the sloth man. You know all this. And you knew that he needed to respect the Most High, and after the sloth man time, he came back and reverenced me. You know the history, and you didn't listen, and you didn't follow and respect me like I want to be respected. Read on.
But hast lifted up thyself against the Most High of heaven, and they have brought the vessels of his house before thee, and thou and thy lords, thy wives, and thy concubines have drunk wine in them.
Now you're drinking wine and defiling these temple items that your granddaddy took from me. You crossed the line. Read on.
And thou hast praised the gods of silver and gold.
He's showing them how that's like when you go into certain people's houses and they got these black statues with the red lips.
Mm-hmm. Yeah,
and,
Sambo
stuff, and they eating watermelon.
Yep.
And they got shirts that say "Yes sir,"
Yep.
"Yes sir, boss." All these are
ancient mama images of her.
These are trophies. Yes. Yeah. These are or the black man in the yard holding the sign. He always holding the sign.
Yeah,
like that.
The whitest teeth around.
Welcome, welcome. Yeah. But these are trophies of their achievements and how they conquered us.
Yes.
And so, and this is also like when you got the buffalo nickel. The buffalo nickel, the reason why the buffalo was put on the nickel and the Indian head was put on the other side, it was a celebration of the white man's victory over the Native Americans. And that's what the Indian head nickel represents. And that's why the buffalo's on the back. Yes, sir.
Through the destruction of the buffalo, they killed the Indians.
Exactly. But that's a trophy. That nickel is a trophy of that. It's a celebration of that. So we're reading about something similar right now in Daniel, how the Babylonian king is celebrating with the vessels that belonged in the Most High's temple.
Because he's like, listen, you already sat back here and you got my people in slavery and bondage. I let that happen. Now you're taking this too far, mingling your idolatry with my holy items.
Yep.
This is still, listen, the funny thing, it's not even as much about the Most High. I mean, it's not as much about the people as they've crossed the line with Heavenly Father.
Yep.
You see the point?
You disrespecting.
He's like, now you're pissing me off. Now you're sitting back here and mingling my holy items with your crap, with your idolatry.
Yep.
And you're acting like they're on the same equal level. This level of sin, now I've had enough. Now I got to do something about this. Because you've crossed the line.
Because us being under the Babylonian Empire only lasted like 40 years.
Mm-hmm. 70.
Well, 70 years.
Mm-hmm. But let's keep going.
And thou hast praised the gods of silver and gold, of brass, iron, wood, and stone.
So now you're acknowledging that your gods were victorious over me. And he's like, this is too much. And you're having a party based on this. Read on.
Which see not, nor hear, nor know. And the Most High, in whose hand thy breath is, in whose are all thy ways, hast thou not glorified.
You haven't put me first at all. Read on.
Then was the part of the hand sent from him, and this writing was written. And this is the writing that was written. Mene, tekel, upharsin. This is the interpretation of the thing. Mene, God hath numbered thy kingdom and finished it. Tekel.
When he says the Most High has numbered thy kingdom and finished it, because your sin ran its course. Now this last sin that you did was the final damn straw. Now I'm done with you. Now your empire and your kingdom is numbered. And it's finished. Read on.
Tekel. Thou art weighed in the balances and art found wanting.
You've been weighed. Your conduct has been weighed. And you're lacking. Read on.
Peres. Thy kingdom is divided and given to the Medes.
And he says, now it's divided to the Persians. And as you read on, it talks about that night the Persians conquered them. He didn't give them no chance to make it right. He didn't give them no chance to sit back here and pray and making these supplications. He's like, listen, man, I'm going to let you run your course and I'm going to cut you off. The Most High lets us sit back here and come to the Most High and change, and we pray and we try to fix it. He gives us temporary cuts to measures and reminds us to come back to him. With this Babylonian king, he says, man, listen, man, that was it. You didn't mess up. He gave me that Bill Do finger. He says, you know you didn't mess up. Yep. I'm going to cut you off. And tonight, these Persians, you're already circled, B. You don't even know it. This city is circled and we will be conquered, and Cyrus will be my king now that runs this thing.
That's the Most High saying your days are numbered.
Yep.
Exactly. But that's how the Most High deals with the nations. He lets them run their course and eradicates them. With us, he's checking us day to day. So we're constantly broke. We're constantly poor.
You know, you look at...
we're constantly on a low level because he's keeping checking us for our wrongdoing. But he'll let these guys accumulate riches and power and take advantage of this country and this country. Let them run their course, but they're forever off the playing field at that point.
You look at the Skull and Bones sorority of fraternity, and they have Geronimo's skull as a trophy on their mantle as a celebration of their victory over the natives. And Geronimo's family constantly petitioning to get their great ancestor's skull back.
Nope.
And they won't give it up.
But you know the Most High saw that? He said that's dirty, but it ain't enough.
It ain't enough.
Let's let them keep sitting back here, seeing how wicked they get. Now you're sitting back here and taking God out the schools. You're sitting back here and pushing to go against every law in the Bible. Now I'm about done with you guys. Now I'm gonna collapse your empire.
Minor attracted peoples.
Exactly. You see how just spiritually disconnected they're getting away and deviating more from the Most High. Now you know he's like, now I got to break him. Instituting abortion. Yep. Now I got to break them because they're just getting further and further from the Most High. Like before, okay, my people are getting stung. They're suffering. You know what? I'm correcting them and keeping them in check, and I'm keeping them on their toes and moldable enough to where I can build with them later. After I finish this kingdom, like you read in 2 Ezra chapter 6, verse 8 and 9, where it says Esau is the end of the world, Israel is the kingdom of the people that come after it. They're going to be the ones that sit back and run this thing afterwards. But I'm going to let Esau run their course and then take them off the playing board. Let's continue in Ezra's. Let all that go in Daniel, but I brought that in Daniel to show us how the Most High breaks down these nations. He'll let them run 70 years and then just cut them off. Read on.
I do not remember how this way may be left. Are they then of Babylon better than they of Sion?
No, Babylonians aren't better than us. But these chapters we've explained or talked about explains the thinking the Most High has for us. Read on.
Or is there any other people that knoweth thee beside Israel?
And we know that's not the case. Amos 3 and 1, we pulled that out of all the families of the earth. He only knew Israel. Read on.
Or what generation hath so believed thy covenants as Jacob?
None.
And yet their reward appeareth not, and their labor hath no fruit. For I have gone here and there through the heathen, and I see that they flow in wealth, and think not upon thy commandments. Weigh thou therefore our wickedness now in the balance. And there's also that dwell in the world, and so shall thy name nowhere be found but in Israel.
Listen, Ezra is trying to get the understanding about how long they're going to suffer, and how he perceives that there's an injustice thing going on. But is the angel going to really be able to tell Ezra, listen, bro, 1,500 more years, we got to suffer.
It's a hard message.
And at the end, we'll come up victorious. Because he talks about at the end we'll come up victorious, but the angel can't sit back and tell him how long we got to suffer and how many nations got to get their opportunity to rise to the top.
And the people were saying, Ezra, why are you leaving us? Why are you leaving us to go to disappear from us? He had to do it.
That's in chapter 5 because he's trying to get the understanding of what the Messiah is trying to teach him. But the reality is, there's only so much the angel and the Most High or Christ can teach and explain to Ezra without him losing his mind and being completely broken and dejected.
You come back, people, it's over.
It's for 1,500 years.
It's
we will be in slavery.
He can't get that message.
But that's the point. So he's like, listen, I got to show them that Israel will be on top and that the Most High has had mercy on us. And he will continue to have mercy on us. But he got to keep checking us as we sin. That's why there's so much turnover in Israel. One guy's on top, another guy falls. Guy was trying to do right, he gets removed. That turnover keeps everybody humble on it. And keeps us humble. And hopefully we get the lesson. We start getting them and learning how to please him. So we'll be in position to really get the blessing when he comes. But these nations are allowed to run their course and get eliminated. Read on.
Or when was it that they which dwell upon the earth have not sinned in thy sight? Or what people have so kept thy commandments?
Nobody has been perfect. He keeps saying these guys are completely imperfect. They don't know you, and they're on top. Read on.
Thou shalt find that Israel by name hath kept thy precepts, but not the heathen.
And why are they getting 80-year runs and we don't? Why are they getting extended runs on power and we don't? That's the question. But we explain the answer, right? Did we explain the answer today?
Yes.
We're going to let it go from there. All right?
Can I ask a question?
No, we can't. No questions, brother. We did enough teaching, brother. No, I'm messing with you. What's up?
Is it like a double message in there about how we should look upon like Esau, how they've been running things, opposed to when we come into control? We shouldn't be doing those things.
Oh yeah. All we gotta do is just follow the Bible. Follow the law. We'll be all right. If we follow the law, we'll be okay.
Don't envy the wicked.
Yeah, don't envy the wicked. Exactly. Don't worry about what they do. Worry about what we need to do for the Heavenly Father. Because he's allowed Esau to go and run and be foul. Destroy people, take advantage of nations and cultures.
Don't worry about how
he's allowed them to do all that. He says, don't worry about that.
To be punished. The righteous shall be saved.
And that's the point.
With the Israelites, there's going to be some of that.
Be some of what?
Doing what Esau did with us.
Well, we do that. Yeah, and they're not going to partake in the blessing either.
Right.
All right. Amajim, Wapanya, Yerushalayim.
Stand and face Jerusalem.
Felt longer than those. It did. A lot of explaining.
It's a hard concept to really keep clearing out.
Listen, I hope people got it. If y'all got questions, text us, email us, and or put it on the line, and we'll try to come at it and answer it next week. All right. Yahweh. In the name of Yahweh Shai.
In the name of Yahweh Shai.
Please list to us right now.
Please list to us right now.
Send Michael and the righteous angels. To watch over. Bless. Heal. Protect.
And
make strong. The people of Yasharallah. Also send unto us. Much wisdom. Much knowledge. Much understanding. Much patience. Much faith. Much brotherhood. And much love. Spiritual power. And forgive all of our sins. Yahweh Shai come quickly. For we're in need. He's our hope. Always. And forever. Amen. Barakatah Yahweh B'Hashem Yahushai.
Blessed are you, Yahweh, in the name of Yahweh Shai, that gives to us the law.
Rakta Yahweh Ba'Shem Yahushai.
Rakta Yahweh Ba'Shem Yahushai.
Hahawa Nathanawa. Award. Lara.
Blessed are you, Yahweh, in the name of Yahweh Shai, that gives us the light to see.
Rakta Yahweh Ba'Shem Yahushai.
Rakta Yahweh Ba'Shem Yahushai.
Ahawa Nathanawa. Ha'ayah. Kwara. Ha'ayin.
Blessed are you, Yahweh, in the name of Yahweh Shai, that gives us the ram's horn to call the people.
Rakta Yahweh Ba'Shem Yahushai.
Rakta Yahweh Ba'Shem Yahushai.
Ahawa Nathanawa. Shaman. Zayat. Lamashach. Yasharallah.
Blessed are you, Yahweh, in the name of Yahweh Shai, that gives to us the olive oil to anoint Israel.
Okay. Psalms 92. It is a good thing to give thanks unto the Lord.
It is a good thing to give thanks unto the Lord.
And to sing praise unto thy name.
And to sing praise unto thy name.
O Yahweh.
O Yahweh.
To show forth thy loving kindness in the morning.
To show forth thy loving kindness in the morning.
And thy faithfulness every night.
And thy faithfulness every night.
Upon an instrument of 10 strings.
Upon an instrument of 10 strings.
And upon the psaltery.
And upon the psaltery.
Upon the harp.
Upon the harp.
With the solemn sound.
With the solemn sound.
For thou Yahweh.
For thou Yahweh.
Hast made me glad through thy work.
Has made me glad through thy work.
I will triumph. In the works of thy hands.
In the works of thy hands.
O Yahweh.
O Yahweh.
How great are thy works.
How great are thy works.
And thy thoughts are very deep.
And thy thoughts are very deep.
A brutish man knoweth not.
A brutish man knoweth not.
Neither doth the fool understand this.
Neither doth the fool understand this.
When the wicked springeth the grass.
When the wicked springeth the grass.
And when all the workers of iniquity do flourish.
And when all the workers of iniquity do flourish.
It is that they shall be destroyed forever.
It is that they shall be destroyed forever.
But thou Yahweh.
But thou Yahweh.
Art most high forevermore.
Art most high forevermore.
For lo thy enemies.
For lo thine enemies.
O Yahweh.
O Yahweh.
For lo thy enemies.
For lo thine enemies.
Shall perish.
Shall perish.
All the workers of iniquity.
All the workers of iniquity.
Shall be scattered.
Shall be scattered.
But mine horn shalt thou exalt.
But mine horn shalt thou exalt.
Like the horn of a unicorn.
Like the horn of a unicorn.
I shall be anointed with fresh oil.
I shall be anointed with fresh oil.
Mine eye also shall see.
Mine eye also shall see.
My desire.
My desire.
On my enemies.
On mine enemies.
And my ears shall hear.
And mine ears shall hear.
My desire.
My desire.
Of the wicked.
Of the wicked.
That rise up against me.
That rise up against me.
The righteous shall flourish like the palm tree.
The righteous shall flourish like the palm tree.
He shall grow like a cedar in Lebanon.
He shall grow like a cedar in Lebanon.
Those that be planted in the house of the Lord.
Those that be planted in the house of the Lord.
Shall flourish in the courts of our power.
Shall flourish in the courts of our power.
They shall still bring forth fruit in old age.
They shall still bring forth fruit in old age.
They shall be fat and flourishing.
They shall be fat and flourishing.
To show that the Lord is upright.
To show that the Lord is upright.
He is my rock.
He is my rock.
And there is no unrighteousness in him.
And there is no unrighteousness in him.
Ba'Shem Yahushai.
Ba'Shem Yahushai.
Psalms 133. Shayar.
Shayar.
Hama'ayawa. Ladawad. Hana. Ma. Tawab. Wama. Nayam. Shabbat. Akim. Gam. Yachad. Hashaman. Hatawab. Ayo. Hara'ash. Yerad. Ayo. Hazakwan. Saquan. Aharad. Sharat. Shayarad. Ayo. Hayah. Madawafiwa. Katal. Ramwan, Shayarad, Ayo, Aroria, Zayawan, Kaya, Sham, Tazawah, Yahweh, Habaraka, Kayayam, Hawalam, Ba'Shem Yahushai.
Psalms 133 in English. Behold, how good and how pleasant it is for brethren to dwell together in unity. It is like the precious ointment upon the head that ran down upon the beard, even Aaron's beard, that went down to the skirts of his garments, as the dew of Hermon, and as the dew that descended upon the mountains of Zion. For there the Lord commanded the blessing, even life evermore. Amen.
Amen. Yahweh Ba'Shem Yahushai.
Yahweh Ba'Shem Yahushai.
Yahweh Ba'Shem Yahushai. Rakhnao. Washralim. Rabiyat. Support. Yahweh Ba'Shem Yahushai. Rakhnao. Washralim. Rabiyat. Support. Turn. Yahweh Ba'Shem Yahushai. Rakhnao. Washralim. Rabiyat. Support. Yahweh Ba'Shem Yahushai. Rakhnao. Washralim. Rabiyat. Support. Rakta Yahweh, Rakta Yahushai, all knowledge, all wisdom, all understanding, all mercy, all patience, all long suffering, all power from Yahweh, all power from Yahweh, all power from Yahweh. Ba'Shem Yahushai, the water, Miyat, Aman. Circle up.
And what we said when we were at the four corners on the prayer, we asked the Most High in the name of Christ to bless Israel and the house of books. So the scriptures say, salute one another with the holy kiss. So or greet one another with the holy kiss. So we're not going to kiss each other physically, but we're going to give each other a salute. We're going to ask the Most High in the name of Christ to bless each other. All right?
That'll be how you do it.
Saluting out in the heavenly order. Yahweh, Shai, Israel, Muslim. What?
Yahweh Hashem Yahshua
Top. Turn and face sisters. Sisters, please stand.
Mom Shabbat.
Saluting out the daughters of Zion, men of Israel, amongst them. Barak.
Yahshua come by Hashem Yahshua. Yes, Matap. Dismissed. Fall out. Thwada, y'all. See y'all on Monday. Thwada for tuning in. Shalom.